and 3 games total pinfall. At the end of this round, 8 of you will be eliminated. 8 of you will move on. Good luck. High seed has choice if you guys want to reverse arrows. Names are already up there. Also, you guys each have score sheets. Please just fill those out. And we can keep track of our records.
A very wonderful good morning to all of you good people of Earth and of Sun City and wherever else you may be watching from. We've reached the top 32 portion of this event, the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Lakeview Lanes, the venue, against Sun City, Arizona. The backdrop here as week 1 of the NFL season gets underway just 30 minutes down the road in Glendale. Before Kyler Murray and Patrick Mahomes can do battle, $10,000 today to the winner here at the Cactus Classic. Emil Williams Jr. here with you this morning. Lots to go through. I know we got some questions. I'm going to get to those in just a second. Let me run through who we're watching right now. We got GT2, Greg Thompson Jr. facing Matt Anderson. Match on 5 and 6. This is single elimination. Again, single elimination. 3-game total pinfall. 3 games total pinfall. So if you're familiar with the Masters and the Queens USBC events, it is that format. Think about that, minus the double elimination part. The 3-game total pinfall is the same. This is single elimination and not double. That's the difference there. So losers of their respective matches here this round will be eliminated and will finish in the 25th to 32nd range. That's the first thing. On 7 and 8, Keith Dahmer is facing Kyle King. Other matches we will have over on 9 and 10. GT2 smashing 9 pins early. Wesley Lowe facing Jacob Buttroff. Pretty good matchup there. Obviously, a couple of uberly talented lefties. Chad Jovich facing Cortez Shank on 11 and 12. And we will split our time between 5 through 8 and 9 through 12. From left to right, Andrew Kane is facing Kyle Michalowski. Ron Schloss is facing Derek Acuff. That's 1 through 4. Then down on 13 and 14, Dallas Leong is facing Michael Fitzgerald. And the final match of this round is David Haynes versus Frank Guccione, who won a roll-off. I believe it was 232 to 192 versus Chris Silva to earn the final spot. Those two individuals tied for 5th in the Desperado squad late last night into the wee hours of the morning. I'm feeling all right. Got some sleep. I'm all good. Ready to do what we do. I appreciate the questions and asking about my well-being. But when you do this thing, as long as you do it, you know what it is. You get up and get at it. And I got up, thankfully. Appreciate the good man upstairs. Thumbs up button sounds great, John. All right, so John asked a question about brackets. The bracket is complete for this round, and obviously will be updated accordingly. And I'm going to double check with Theo in regards to where that should live. I think it should live on the complete bowling events page or the CBE 10K Cactus Classic event page, not the complete bowling events group page. Probably be both, but one, of course, is more accessible to the public than the other. I will also post a bracket on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. The current bracket, I should say. Quick question on where Darren Tang starts. DT, uh-oh. That could have been a detrimental situation. DT lost some change out of his back pocket. That's where GT is starting, right? So all weekend, right? Of course, just yesterday, we've been talking about no urethane and all that stuff, but you know it changes when you get to match play because you're out there doing your own thing, right? You can strategize, you can try to set up a pair the way you like. Even though the pattern is 44 feet and 28.7 mils, GT2 is very comfortable. He's already into a ball in a place where he likes to play. He's got the black hammer out. He's twigging it. He's got 5 in a row. Matt Anderson clean through 5, and Matt was the final player to earn a spot in C squad. He was 9th at minus 37. Called it. To finish that story on Darren Tang, yes. The leader and, of course, but one of the individuals to get a 2-round bye. Those other players include Darren Tang, Bob Wiley, D-Ron Booker, Anthony Simonson, Ben Perry, Brianna Cote, Russ Oviatt, and Michael Haugen Jr. Those are the top 8 seeds. They receive a 2-round bye. Receiving a 1-round bye, Anthony Candell, Bobby Caponelli, Brian Halen, Matt Jones, Brett Wolf, Stu Williams, Keith Fung, and Kyle Duster. That's seeds 9 through 16. Those players will hit the lanes at the conclusion of this round and will face, of course, the winners of our round 1 matches. So essentially, you won't see D-Tank for about 2 hours or so. We'll have 3 rounds before a break to re-oil. And then we'll be down to the round of 8, round of 4, and then the finals. Keith Dahmer, 4 out of 5. It's a single pin open in the second. Kyle King. Kyle has went through some things in this tournament so far. He owned the Desperado last night. But did not have the success that he wanted in the final game of his qualifying squad. There's been some very tricky pairs throughout, and many have said that, and yeah, they are correct. Ron Schloss over to the left facing Derek Acuff. Acuff out to a nice lead. Again, 3-game total pins. So anticipate, some won't call them differences, but I would anticipate the unexpected. When you think someone is lined up and ready to go, and obviously they look great for a game, and then you get to game 2 and maybe that opponent starts to kind of figure some things out. Be on the lookout for that. Should see some close matches today. You probably will see 1 or 2 of them that, could be like 7:30 to, 6:08. Sometimes we'll get the 5:20 to 5:19. But so far, I think on this pattern, and again, less traffic, you got a chance to play them if you can get to a comfort zone early. Good shot there for Keith. Jacob Buttriff with 3 in a row. Chad Jovic and Cortez Shank. The battle so far, 21 pin advantage for Jovic at the moment. Matt Anderson now, Church in the 7th. And now a washout here in the 8th. GT2 missed the 2, 4, 5 in the 6th, but of course struck in the 7th. Battle of lefty versus righty on 1 and 2. Andrew Kane ready a chance to get to 256 here this morning. Facing Michalowski. So Kyle with his Aberlon pads. Boy, hey, that looks like the 2nd foul maybe for Kyle. It is. Kyle has fouled twice here in game 1. There's Thompson. That's got to push. That's a good break. See him coming back. Saw his hand reference that going over the top. Now, I will say this, right? We're talking about 3-game matches. This is like the perfect example, right? Where it's not going well, obviously, for Kyle, but experienced player, obviously, get a chance to just gather himself, finish this game as strong as he possibly can, and doesn't even have to strike, just feel comfortable, footing, etc. And then kind of get back at it in game 2. You just never know what happens, or what could happen. Obviously, if you're Keith Dahmer, you're not trying to hear any of that. You just want to put the pedal to the metal, not give him a chance to even think about a comeback. That's needs some help too. Hey, things can change at the drop of a hat. Nice spare. Three-game matches, and they can change as quickly as the first step of Tim Hardaway. All right, we'll see Matt Anderson here. He left the Greek Church last time up on this right lane. And I'm going to take you to Jacob Buttriff for his 10th frame. We'll probably get the second shot of his 10th frame. It's going to be on your right. Oof, and nearly left a 7-10. This is fresh. And for the most part, I think we're seeing players play a part of the lane that they probably wanted to play yesterday but couldn't because of the traffic and where everyone else in their squad was playing. So they were forced to do some different things and, you know, quote unquote, maybe play it how it should be played. Andrew King got to 236. I'm going to do my best to keep all the scores updated to keep you informed on what's happening. There's Jacob, Phil shot. Buttriff gets to 213 to start. I'll keep it here for Wesley Lowe, and then you'll see Cortez Schenk and Chad Jovich here in the 10th frame as well. Off camera, Matt Anderson jumped in the 4th arrow to give it a look here in the 10th frame. Kyle King struck in the 9th. If Wesley gets 2 more here, he'll be down to just 20 pins heading into game 2. Good shot. Wesley had the biggest breakfast, not that I've ever seen, but it was just unexpected. George's Cafe is the deal, though. If you're ever in town and you bowl in the tournament, even if you're not, stop on by George's Cafe here at Lakeview Lanes. Kyle Mikulowski, 212 versus Andrew Kane. 24-pin lead early for Kane. Wesley got to 193. He trails by 20. Cortez Schenk, 180. Ball change a couple of frames ago for Kyle King, again off camera. Buttriff on and popping early here. Gregory Thompson Jr. back on it. First shot, 10th frame was a good one. He can get to 233. Matt Anderson shot 175. Three consecutive opens, 2 splits from frames 7 through 9. Jovich with a strike, as you saw there. Again, to their right, Dallas Leong and Michael Fitzgerald, and Fitz with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-bagger. In the back half of the game, GT2 thought that one was really good off camera. He wraps 10-pin. Looks like 229 there for Michael Fitzgerald. GT shoots 223. 48-pin advantage. After one for Greg Thompson Jr. Derek Acuff, 194. He is facing Ron Schloss, and Ron carries a runaway Brooklyn for the second strike in the 10th. He'll take that, and that match is going to be more than likely within 5 pins after one. I missed some hellos. Hi, Tiff. How about that? Just realized where I was. I'm in your backyard. JP, thanks for waking up wherever you are. Well, we should thank who you would think will help wake you up this morning. And then thank you for joining me. I could see this Butcher Low match going down to game 3, 10th frame. And then whoever is going to go to 9 and 10. Especially if they're right-handed. And anticipate bowling on the fresh. It's going to be burned for some other pairs. All of them, just about, obviously, but except 9 and 10. The right side will be completely untouched. .189 for Ron Schloss. So it was a 5-pin differential. Acuff leads by 5. Buttriff strike, spare strike to start game 2. GT2 has started what I believe is a different urethane ball. Looks like a Black Widow urethane, perhaps. Dallas Leong got to 198. I'll have to make the walk down to Haynes and Guccione to get an update in that match. Cortez did not like that one to start. But he's throwing what looks like a Zen, and we saw him pull that out. Fill shots after struggling mightily, trying to figure out what to do on 7 and 8. (11 and 12). Took a brief break. Monitors had to be reset. Jovic leads by 27. For Cortez Schenk. If you have any questions early on a particular player, when they might be bowling, what a match total is, again, I'll do my best to get you updated, share those. Good news is the scoring system by each player's name, hard to see certainly on the 9 through 12 camera. Once we get to 5 through 8, you'll see it pretty clearly, but also obviously know what's happening there. But the plus totals on who is leading will show by the leading player's name. I think Mike Diermeyer handling that himself. He went over to check Dahmer and Kyle King, see what their scores were respectively, and I think he's adding that. And if that is indeed the case, Mike, thank you. '77 pin advantage for Keith Dahmer. I'd say this GT2 Matt Anderson match could end up being interesting. Matt, he tried 4th arrow, the 10th frame. Pay attention to see if he made his way back to the right. Good spare by Mr. Buttroff. Jovic and Shank, each with a double to start. Big thanks to the sponsors here is the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Without them, the event and certainly the amount that the first place individual is going to take home today would not be possible. Jacqueline Smith with West USA Realty, Chuck's Painting, and Apparel EFX. Their sponsors include Brunswick, Tinback Bowling Solutions, Ramsey's Auto Center. Thank you to Lakeview Lanes and Mike Diermeyer and the entire community here in Sun City. Oh, wow. That's okay. I just saw the question on Wesley Lowe. No, it's not Mike Calderon. That looks like Dick Allen. I believe that is Dick Allen with giving the thumbs up on Wesley Lowe's jersey. Oh, Brian Hirsch took care of it. My bad, Brian Hirsch. Good morning, by the way. Hello to your family. That's a fantastic bet. He's now I can't keep I can't not look at his jersey now that it's been exposed to me. Matt Anderson now with a 3-bagger. 9-spare triple for Matt Anderson out of Vegas. Brother is Andrew. Yeah, this one's going to come down to it. We've got some slower developing matches down on the really 13 through 16. They're just in the 3rd and 4th frames respectively. 11 and 12, same thing. fifth frame for GT and Matt Anderson. Cortez Shank made it out of the Desperado squad last night. That really ended up being an interesting squad, just because you just had no idea what was going to happen. Kyle King blitzed him 501 last night for 2. Then Jacob Buttriff plus 33, Cortez Shank plus 28, Michael Fitzgerald plus 21, and again Chris Silva and Frank Guccione tied at plus 19, which forced the one-game roll-off, which Guccione prevailed 232 to 192. Chris Clerk after 10-pin, first shot in the 10th frame. Spared and struck. He missed that number by 3 pins. The cut to advance I'm referring to. Jonathan Mayer was plus 3. Those are the only players plus in last night's Desperado squad. Wow. Well, just when you think Jacob's about to take off, pins say, eh. Yeah, I'm going to go down and actually, no. I'm going to utilize technology. Hello, Roland. Roland, a very hospitable individual. Thank you very much. I will take you up on that at some point soon. Seems like everybody's kind of moving out to Arizona. That's probably always happened, right? I'm just late to the party. $195 to 184 after one game in favor of Frank. Thanks, Mike Deere. Man, this guy really is a cool dude. So 11 pins was the lead for Frank after one game. And they look to be about to the 5th frame. I think that one's going to be pretty close throughout as well. And yeah, Fitz had a 41 pin advantage over Dallas Leong after one game. Dallas got his work cut out for him. Fitz not giving anything up here in game 2 as well. Thanks, Mike. Thank you. All right, 200 for Wesley Lowe. After this game, we'll get you back to end of GT2 and Matt Anderson here in game 2, as well as Kyle King and Keith Dahmer. If Kyle can figure something out, he's made another ball change. Keith not striking here in game 2. Kyle could potentially make this thing interesting. The weather is good. I tell you what, this morning on the brief drive, like, man, it's a really nice morning. This weather is fantastic. And it'll probably be like 102 today, which might be like really good in comparison to what it normally might be in the summertime. All right, let's get back to 5 through 8 for a little bit here. Last couple of frames of game 2. Wesley Lowe and Jacob Buttroff, the first to get to game 3. So, needless to say, they don't slow down any pace of play. Warm-up lanes are on for those bowling next, down on 19 through 24. Keith Fung is down there. Anthony Kando is down there. Matt Jones is down there. Brett Wolf is down there. Brian Halen is down there. Getting loose. .435 to 393. With Jacob Buttroff leading by 42 pins over Wesley Lowe. Andrew Kane shot 180. In game 2, that gets him to 416. Tough game for Kyle Mikulowski. He shot 145. That moves him to 357. And he now trails by 59. Well, GT2 coming back here to Matt Anderson. There's that 3-game total pins coming to effect here. Keith, welcome back. 3-game match, yes. Matt shot 175. GT2 opened. He was bowling lights out for a little bit. Ended up shooting 223. This is the final frames of game 2 of their match. We took a break, moved over to watch Wesley Lowe and Jacob Buttroff and Chad Jowich and Cortez Schenk. And now we are back here with Thompson, Anderson, Dahmer, and King. And I'll tell you, Keith Dahmer, he's lost a little bit of his ball reaction. Meanwhile, again, Kyle King, this is exactly what you would want in a 3-game total pinfall if you start slow. You would like your opponent to lose his ball reaction or her ball reaction, depending on the situation, obviously. To lose their ball reaction, you would like to, obviously, find some ball reaction. And hopefully it's good enough to get you into game 3 feeling good and confident. Keith Dahmer, make it. Kyle King trails by 77 pins, or trailed after 1. He can get to 219. Keith Dahmer can only get to 159. That right there is 60 pins. And you're looking at anybody's ball game if that's the case heading into game 3. That's a huge shot there. I think Jacob Buttra, well, that probably was a 6-7 attempt. Nearly made but missed. Matt Anderson packs the pocket. And he is setting up a very nice game 3 scenario against Greg Thompson Jr. Let me update those who are just joining us. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Top 32 Match Play. First round is underway. 1 through 16. We'll have a 1 through 16 going for 3 consecutive rounds before a break this afternoon, brief to re-oil. And then we'll get into the round of 8, round of 4, and round of 2. Or finals, excuse me. Round of 2 sounds good. Wow, big shot there for Matt. The other thing about a 3-game total pin, man, you just got to keep up, obviously, with moves and adjustments and kind of figuring out what to do. You know, Matt started near the gutter. 10th frame of game 1, he moved in just to see what he had out there at 4th arrow. He's kind of cut the difference a little bit. Yeah, he's a little further, he's a little right of 4th arrow. So that was about 17, 18 or so, actually about 18. Big game, 225. Again, GT 190. Derek A. Cup next door shoots 205. Ron Schloss 191. Wesley Lowe has started with the front 3. Jacob Buttriff has gone 9 spare, split, split, 9 spare. King for 5 in a row. Making it interesting. Let's see. For those of you joining us again, Emil Williams Jr., big thanks for joining us this morning. 10K to the winner this afternoon. Matt Anderson continuing to strike. Please hit the thumbs up as you enter. Please share as well. And make sure you subscribe to Boldstream TV. Darren Tang is the #1 seed. Bob Wiley, the #2 seed. D-Ron Booker, the #3 seed. Anthony Simonson, the #4 seed. Ben Perry, the #5 seed. Brianna Cote, the 6th seed. Russ Oviatt, the 7th seed. Michael Haugen Jr. is the 8th seed. Those 8 players received 2-round buys. Oh, not the New Mexico Open on that one, Mr. Anderson. He left 9 pins left and right. That time he gets a break. The lead is down to just 16 for Keith Dahmer. The lead down to just 13 for Greg Thompson Jr. Chad Jovich coming out strong against Cortez Shank. He's got 437 after 2. Already had a 27 pin advantage. And Shank .203 in game two, excuse me. Michael Fitzgerald, 442 after shooting 203. Dallas is going 198, 196. So that is 442 to 394. Schloss Acuff after 2 games. Derek leads by 19. 399 to 380. David Haynes and Frank Guccione, but they're locked in a battle. 184, 179 for Haynes. Where is he at? 184, 179. Frank 195, 198. First match that's going to finish here is going to be Buttriff and Wesley Lowe. We'll see Matt Anderson. We'll see Dahmer, and then we'll see Jacob Buttriff. This is the 7th frame for Buttriff. Good shot there. Again, with Wesley Lowe with a chance now, but it's a huge strike for Buttriff in the 7th. It's a 42 pin lead for Jacob after 2. Kyle King just had to laugh one off. Just took 3 off the right on lane 8 next door. Buttriff for a double. Oh, maybe. Yes, it is. It was a little early on the slap out, but it went. Kyle Michalowski, well, he's trying to stay alive. He trailed by 59 after 2. He's got a 3-bagger working. I mean, he's got to have them all to have any chance, but the problem is Andrew Kane is not giving anything back. The best Kyle right now can do is get to 603. Andrew Kane would just need 189 to win. He's already got 175. That one is just about over. And Chad Jovich not messing around this morning. Cortez Schenk does start with an early double. Oh my, Ron Schloss, just brutal 9-pin on lane 3. In a match he trails by 19. Acuff actually gave back some count. He gutter spared in the second. Wesley Lowe needed that one. In the GT Matt Anderson match, GT with 2 opens. And now has lost the lead. Anderson has taken the lead in that match. Derek Acuff, big double on 3 and 4. Again, a 19-pin lead over Ron Schloss. Cortez Schenk nearly made the 2A10. Keith Dahmer, double, 9-spare double. Looking to hold off Kyle King after letting him back in the match. Jacob Buttriff make that 4 in a row. And he is going to be moving on. Talked to Jacob yesterday, and during the sweeper I noticed he was playing in. He talked a little bit about that, and that's what the pattern has kind of forced him to do. But handling in business this morning. Nice finish for Buttriff. 214. That gets him to 649 officially. That's all. Jacob has that effect on people. Andrew Kane is going to advance. He shot 233. .649 seems to be a popular number here this morning. 2 lefties, both with 649, Kane and Buttriff. All right, let's get you back to 5 through 8 here, because Greg Thompson, Matt Anderson about to go down to the wire. Derek Acuff, 3 in a row. Ron Schloss still looking for his first double. You can see just off to the left there on 3 and 4, that was Ron Schloss. Michalowski did finish with 222, but certainly not enough. 579. Again, Kane advances. Jacob Buttriff advances. First 2 moving on. Wow, splitting the 8-9 as Matt Anderson. If you're just joining us, Greg Thompson Jr. had the first 6 out of 7 in game 1. To start, he finished with 223 and led by 48 pins as Matt Anderson shot 175. Game 2, GT2 shot 190, Matt Anderson 225 to cut it to 13, the deficit, and now Anderson in control of the match. And that's the very definition of a 3-game total pinfall match. You just don't know. One can never assume. And that split right there. Just about do it. Keith Dahmer has continued to strike. .649, 597, the official tally. Buttriff over Lowe. Incredible what can happen in a 3-game scenario. Again, this is a single elimination. So losers of these matches, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Losers will finish in the 25th through 32nd place on the in the old bracket. Well, let's see. At this point, we'll have Jovic and Shank left. It's, boy, Ron Schloss just cannot buy a double. Like if he went to George's Cafe and asked for a double, they wouldn't give him one. He's literally trying to buy a double here, and he cannot get one. If he doubles once in this match, it's slightly different. And Acuff has made some tough spares. He went gutter spare in the 2nd, big split in the 8th frame that he converted. It's a perfect time for that right there. That is, you can't ask for better timing in the match that is locked up. Near trouble for Acuff. Someone. After this round of matches, there'll be just a small break to get the next set of players onto their respective lanes and lane assignments in the respective matches. I'll double check where the bracket is being posted, so I should check it right now. All right, so in the Jovic-Shank match, Chad leads, or led by 54 after 2. He needed, or Cortez needed a huge game, and obviously some help here from Chad, which does not look like is going to happen. Matt Anderson officially defeats Greg Thompson Jr. 618 to 588. So winner so far, Derek Acuff defeats Ron Schloss 614 to 589. 189, 191, 189. The 3 games for Ron Schloss. And I'm not sure how many times he doubled. But no doubles in game 3. Acuff, gutter spare in the second, but again, keyword there, spare. Handled business. Ended up being a clean game with a split conversion in the 8th. Kyle King gets to 528. Big game by Keith Dahmer to keep Kyle King at bay. But Kyle couldn't turn around the good fortune. It looked like he was lined up in game 2 and just couldn't turn that around in game 3. No doubles in that game, in fact, for Kyle King. Jovic just opened in the 8th, so his max score now, actually it just dropped. His max score is 194. That would give him a max of 631. Cortez Shank got 233 out there. And there's a small possibility Jovic makes the spare. Let's say Jovic goes 9 out. That would be 172. Well, to put some pressure on, Shank needs to strike here in the 9th. It doesn't look like he did. Oh, he did. He did. All right, so Cortez, not over yet. Boy, David Haynes all of a sudden taking it to Frank Guccione, and looks like he's going to go ahead and win that match. So if Cortez strikes out, I would give him the 233. He'd need 227, but that would include Jovic going 9 out in the 10th. So first things first here, Cortez needs to put all the pressure he can on Chad Jovic right now. First one, a good one. This one is key. Major key. Call up DJ Khaled. We need major keys. He actually has to have this one, or Jovic would have some count to deal with, or to play with, and not mark in the 10th and still win. Must strike for Cortez Shank here to have any chance. Big shot. That puts him in the 230s, and it's going to force Chad Jovic to mark. right, so 7 there. 230 for Shank. That gets him to 613. 177 is the number for Chad Jovich. Has to mark here. And Jovich heard the phone. The phone rang at the front desk and called Jovich in his second step there. He's going to take a moment, gather himself. Important shot. I did not see the split the last time he was on the right lane, but it was a split. Again, Shank in the books at 613 with a clutch 230. Well, that was nearly danger right there, but that's not the easiest of spares. A 2-5. If Jovich makes this, he's going to need 5. On the film, I'm going to double check my math. That is correct. Again, 177 is the number to win by 1 for Chad Jovich. Has to make the spare. Oof. Oof. Woof. Nearly chopped it. Five pins needed. That's where count comes into play on the Cortez fill. If he strikes, then if Cortez struck on the fill, he's looking at 616. And all of a sudden, that number becomes 180. And 8 is much bigger than 5, as we all know. Hey, he's stoning 8, but that's plenty. Jovich just gets by Cortez Shank after leading by 54 pins after the first 2.
All right, that wraps up the first round. In just a moment, we'll get the matches ready.
618 to 613.
You are a winner on that round. You're going to move 1 pair to your right. 15 and 16.
Winners move 1 pair to the right. So winners this round: Andrew Kane, Derek Acuff, Matt Anderson, Keith Dahmer, Jacob Buttroff, Chad Jovich, Michael Fitzgerald, and David Haynes. Those are your winners in round 1. Again, winners are moving 1 pair to their right. Then those who they are their opponents will now be added into the bracket. So there'll be a small break. Let's throw this message up here. Round 2 is next. Hang tight, folks. See if I can get you a picture of an updated bracket. See where that's posted. If it's on the Cactus Classic event page on Facebook, try to get one posted for you. If not, on the Bullstream TV Facebook page. Back with you with more 10K to the winner here on Bowlstream TV.
All right, bowlers. 9 seed versus 31 seed. Anthony Cando versus Michael Fitzgerald, who won his match. You guys are on 15 and 16. 10 seed Bobby Campanelli versus 29 seed Jacob Butcher. You guys are on 11 and 12. 11 seed Brian Halen versus 27 seed Matt Anderson. You guys are on 7 and 8. 12 seed Matt Jones. They're taking on 26 seed Derek Acuff. You guys are on 5 and 6. On 3 and 4, 13 seed Brett Wolf versus 24 seed Andrew Kane. On 9 and 10, 14 seed Stu Williams versus 21 seed Keith Dahmer. On 13 and 14, 15 seed Keith Fung versus 19 seed Chad Jovich. And on 1 and 2, 16 seed Kyle Duster versus 17 seed David Haynes. Give you just a moment to move your lanes, and then we're going to turn you on. You'll get 5 minutes of practice. 3 more games, total pinfall. After this round, we'll be down to our top 16. Our top 8 will come in. And just a reminder, every round it's the highest seed available versus the lowest seed available. Everyone wants to give me a thumbs up when you guys are ready to go, then that will give me a sign that you're ready. The losers, if you give me about 2 minutes, I'll be writing your checks. All right, we're going to start you on 5 minutes. callers, please hold up on your practice. Please hold up on your practice. The higher seeds on the left lane, the lower seeds on the right lane. The higher seed, you guys can choose if you want to reverse arrows or not. Once again, 3 games total pinfall. If you are one of the top 8 seeds, we do have 19 through 24 turned on for you. If you want to get one, good luck.
That's what I have.
Well, round 2, that's commenced. Dallas Leong, unfortunately, is now joining me, which means as we went over the winners, there's not one of them, unfortunately. Dallas, same pattern, but, you know, match play is a completely different world, and you can kind of hopefully, you know, get the lanes to where you feel comfortable. And, you know, what was your strategy coming in, and what was ultimately kind of the difference in your match?
I came in with the same mentality of trying to just stay patient on the first 15 frames with urethane. I felt execution was about 80%, and I had 0 doubles. I had 15 clean frames, and I found myself down 50. So that's when you start to scratch your head and say, you know, what's plan B? I try to get close to where Fitzmagic was, but I mean, he's got the voodoo. I drew the only person in the building that, I mean, anytime that he missed a little, it still got to the head pin. A lot of people, there's 2-8-10s, and I was kind of waiting for that hit, and it just never came. And hats off to Mike. Well, it's 700, so that's a lot out there.
I think that's got to be the highest series.
By 100.
I saw a couple 649s from Kane and Buttrell. All right, so Matt Jones will face Derek Acuff. Brian Halen versus Matt Anderson. That's what we have on 5 through 8. So this is round 2. Then on 9 through 12, Stu Williams versus Keith Dahmer.
Now we got Bobby and Butters.
That's interesting there. Bobby Campanelli versus Jacob Buttroff, as mentioned. Then Keith Fung versus Chad Jovic. Then the final match down there,
Fitzgerald and Kando.
Anthony Kando and Michael Fitzgerald. Again, we've already had 8 players eliminated. This is round 2. We've welcomed 8 players who received a first round bye based on finishes in their respective squads. Matt Jones is feeling good. I talked to him this morning. I asked him how it feels. He was inducted into the Metro Phoenix USBC Hall of Fame yesterday. That'd be a nice way to cap off a weekend.
10K in induction.
Be Tommy Jones-esque, right? Get inducted to Hall of Fame. You shoot 300 on TV, win the title. And inducted to the Hall of Fame for Matt Jones, win 10K.
I'd take that weekend.
I think that'd be acceptable. Ryan Bledsoe wants to do some pick-up. It is football season. Right about that.
Football season, get into some March Madness brackets.
In fact, this is when I used to live on the West Coast for a little bit. I would always be reminded that football started way earlier than I was used to. And so we're about to have some kickoffs in about 30 or less than 30 minutes.
I forget that about it a lot because I have friends that live on the East Coast. When I wake up, they're having lunch.
Well, some interesting matchups, I think, overall. Let me go over the seeds for you. Not that they matter at this point. One thing Theo did remind me of, or failed to tell me, I'll blame him. But an interesting caveat, though, because it's not a traditional 32-player bracket in the sense of, as we move forward, the higher seed in this round faces the lowest remaining seed. So the 9th seed in this round is bowling the 31st seed, and so on. So if you're interested in seeds and if you like that kind of statistic, that's definitely for you. So in this case, Anthony Cando is bowling Michael Fitzgerald. That's the 9 versus 31. It also makes sense now why you can't kind of remake the bracket with names.
Yeah.
In that sense.
The intriguing thing I would like to see is if the bye actually pays up. Because the way these lanes have transitioned, or who bowled before you, they could be instrumental to have, blood's flowing, muscles are loose, execution's a little higher than kind of just walking in the building. Obviously, money-wise, you love a bye.
No doubt.
Extra 40 minutes of sleep.
Did anything look different from the pattern to this morning than yesterday for you? And it's, I know you tried to do some of the same things, but did you think about, based on what you saw in practice, having that plan C in the back of your mind that you might need to try potentially?
They were soupier. They felt like there was more oil in the front part of the lane. And I don't know if that's because, I don't know when they oiled them and they sat a little bit longer. But I had to hit the old purple hammer a couple times in practice. Otherwise, I wasn't going to climb up the hill or get around the corner.
In the booth with Dallas Leong. Unfortunately lost his first match to Michael Fitzgerald. Derek Acuff, we had some folks looking to watch him earlier, so now you get that chance. And a very intriguing match with Ron Schloss, who, speaking of no doubles, I don't know if Ron doubled in his first 2 games, but he went 189, 191, and 189, and literally couldn't buy a double in game 3. It was a 19-pin match. And on the flip side, Derek Acuff had a clean, I think it was 195 in game 3. Oh, I'm sorry, 215.
Wow.
Gutter spare and made a key split conversion in the 8th to remain clean.
I remember, I think I had 98 and 96, and I spared the 210. And as a competitor, you always think the 210 is the momentum changer. And then I flushed the 7th, and I said, well, get around it.
It's pretty impressed with what Matt Anderson produced, because it looked like Greg Thompson Jr. was just going to run away and hide in his match after game 1. I think if GT gets to 250, though, in that game, the outcome may have been a little different. But instead, 223 to 175, which is more than doable. GT2 shoots 190. Matt Anderson shoots 225 in game 2. And then all of a sudden, it's basically a mark is the difference at that point.
And that's the one thing that makes these 3-game matches so intriguing is it's never over. And that's very Masters-esque here.
Yep.
I mean, I've won matches at the Masters down 40, and you lose them up 50. It's so easy to swing those pins in 3-4 frames.
Thinking about Matt Jones, and I've watched him now through qualifying, watched him on the Sweepers Friday, or the Sweeper, the afternoon one. And so I got an idea of where he likes to play and how he likes to get to the 1-3. And there was no one, and Matt Anderson and GT2 were both on this pair. GT2 was throwing urethane really up the gutter. Matt was near the gutter to start, then he moved in. Left to fourth arrow will probably ended up around 18-ish at the arrows, and that was the best look for him, which ultimately got him the victory. Matt Jones has already left of Matt Anderson where he was on this pair, which, based on what I've seen from Matt Jones, makes sense. You could just come in and throw fifth arrow and just strike.
I think that's what you're going to need to win this. Is you're going to need that touch and finesse, because you could try to overpower them, and your ball will miss the spot in 2-8-10. And if you try and get too cute with it and touch the finger holes a little too much, it churches. And as we see, it accelerated there. And whoever wins this tournament, that's what it's going to be all about, is touch.
Can touch be taught?
Touch can be developed.
Okay.
Because what touch feels to me is not going to feel the same to you, to Acuff, to Matt Anderson. And it's another thing you have to see with your eyes. Because if your brain and your body don't trust it, it's a lot harder to believe in it.
How about this Brett Wolf versus Andrew Kane match?
Another lefty duel.
Isn't that like, and I know you're not from the area, but that's got to be like an all-time, if you were to just list bowlers from Phoenix or the Arizona area, right? You almost couldn't, and I'm sure there's plenty, and I don't know them all, but I know people would pick Brett Wolf and Andrew Kane as two of the best from this area. And maybe each one of them, obviously, arguably the best, depending on who's doing the debating.
There's a lot of good lefties from the Arizona area.
So we've seen two. This is our second lefty-lefty matchup. We saw Wesley Lowe and Jacob Buttroff in round 1, and now Brett Wolf and Andrew Kane in round 2. I was wondering about 9 and 10, and there are two righties on that pair. That's the pair that Lowe and Buttroff were on.
So they're essentially fresh.
Correct.
It's close.
Matt Jones would be a player who would just, it'd be hard to bet against him based on what I've seen. But I also like what I've seen from Darren Acuff after watching him, especially last night, because last night was not easy, as we all saw. But I know he's very comfortable now, of course, with urethane. And he's been able to do that since we started this morning. He's one of the first players I saw with his Aberlon, getting him ready.
Scuff him, turn him into snowballs. Was there another lefty on 5 and 6?
No, this was the GT2 Matt Anderson match on 5 and 6, so he should be all good from that vantage point.
He'd be playing him like fresh.
Right now, though, Matt doesn't look quite comfortable. And perhaps to kind of what you were talking about, we'll see if the buys help in that sense. They help monetarily. And if you needed an extra, a few minutes of sleep, certainly. Matt was actually here at, prior to the round 1 beginning, had himself breakfast. Made sure he was in the building. There were a couple players. Brett Wolf was here early.
That is the hard part when you're talking about that highest remaining seed bowls the lowest remaining seed. 'Cause you can't really scope out your pair because you'll be bowling on anyone.
Shout out to Reggie, by the way. Appreciate you, Charles. Hey, thank you, Charles. Shout out to Theo. Appreciate you tuning in. All the sponsors: Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, Jacqueline Smith and West USA Realty, Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and Tinback Bowling Solutions. The staff at Lakeview, Mike Dearmeyer, who is set up shop next to me, is entering or adding the plus totals to the winners after each game, and then sharing with me what I can't see happening down on 15 and 16 and 13 and 14. So I appreciate Mike. Also appreciate him for waking up a little earlier yesterday so I can get here and get started.
It looks like a 10-pin match between Butters and Bobby.
And schedules, Charles, are also very important. Maybe even vastly underrated. An on-time event. Well, changing of the guard a little bit here. Nice carry there for Derek Acuff as Matt Anderson out to a hot start, much like GT2 did to him in game 1. Right now, Stu Williams, man, boy, 9 and 10. If you're on 9 and 10, you're just going to finish first. That seems to be, and I know Stu was, he's pretty quick. So Stu is going to potentially get to 199. He's going to take an opportunity at a fill, but he's got a 9-pin up. Meanwhile, Keith Dahmer, he's got 248 max with 10th frame to go.
Kane just finished up for 259. Wolf with a wrap 7 can get to 25.
I'm sorry, 248 max for Matt Anderson. And Matt Jones waved that one goodbye early. Although that wasn't Aaron Judge putting him out the ballpark. That's the side of the old 157.
And that just shows you how flat they are. Because the frame before, he missed 2 left, and it ended up being 5 left of the head pin. He missed 3 right there, and took about
nice.
8. And that's your everyday spare, 157.
Well, I've seen a few things in this tournament. It feels like this one's been going for about 3 days. We've only had 1 full day of competition.
This is the longest 2-day tournament ever. Dahmer missed in the 10th for 2-team.
Yeah, that could be vital. I saw it split. It looked like a 210. So Keith Dahmer leads by 15 after 1. And then after this round, after this game concludes on 5 through 8, we will move over to 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and take a look at their game 2. 259, 225. I'm going to ask Mike Dearmeyer. I'm going to put him on the spot. How long have you lived here?
Second time, 11 years.
11 years. So if you were to, where would people put Andrew Kane and Brett Wolf in their top, however many 5 lists of Arizona Phoenix bowlers? Yeah, I mean, just you know, I won't say all time per se, but right, Brett Wolf, Andrew Kane, they're bowling each other. Those are 2 of the best players ever to come from this area, right?
Sure, yes.
Most players would have them in their top 5s in the area, correct? That's fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Where would you put him?
My experience is the top two lefties from
Mike said most people would put him in their top 5s. Perhaps the top 2 lefties ever. Not being from the area, I'm going to add one more. Especially if we're talking about lefties, I would add Shannon Pluhowski to the list. .248, 199. 49 pin advantage. Dallas, any of these matches when we first looked at them, and despite how they've opened up and started, which ones stuck out in your mind for whatever reason?
Most intriguing would be the lefty-lefty match. Because it's not often that two lefties really cross with each other or near each other, so their transition's probably 3 times as fast as they're normally used to. The Campanelli-Butters match. That is the most intriguing forms you'll ever watch.
I wanted to watch Matt Jones' 10th frame here, then we'll move over to 9 through 12 for a minute. As tough as this game has gone for Matt Jones. Yeah, if he makes the spare, he's going to find himself maybe down 12.
Yeah. 1 double.
14, excuse me, with a strike.
Haynes has 209.
Oh, you're right, Kirsch. Well, you know, so here was my thinking about that, and you are correct. My first thought was I'm thinking longevity. So when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well, Andrew Kane was, and Brett Wolf were, I'm thinking like late 90s, early 2000s, and Shannon Pluhowski. I'm just thinking of Phoenix, obviously, and I'm not from the area. But you are correct. And so not to slight anybody that I may also miss, yeah, you'd have to include Jacob Buttriff in that situation. Well, Hirsch, you're from the area. Where would you put him?
Yeah, you go top 5. You also have to include Cote. Something like this, that's somebody you want to draw. Duster with a big double there. That gets him 107.
Brian Halen just left the 9 pin as we went to 9 through 12, right as he was about to release. My bad. So we got Stu Williams and Keith Dahmer on the left, Jacob Buttriff, Bobby Campanelli on the right of your screen. Michael Fitzgerald over Anthony Cando, 197 to 180 after 1 game. 17 pin advantage. What's popping in Vegas these days? Dallas, what's next on the bowling schedule? Perhaps out there. There's always something to bowl, typically speaking, in Las Vegas.
We just, I think we just kind of wrapped up the summer. They had that Las Vegas Open tournament last week.
.191 to 184.
It's close.
It's a 7-pin match between Bobby Campanelli and Jacob Buttriff. Keith Fung, 233 out the gates. Chad Jovic, 178.
looks like Campanelli started the front 4 this game.
Appreciate Jared Bear and your info. I like learning about, you know, varying places that I visit, especially from the bowling perspective. But, you know, everyone knows Brett Wolf, Andrew Kane. And so it's like when you see them in a match, it's like, oh, shoot, I've never watched Andrew Kane versus Brett Wolf, right? I mentioned this earlier or yesterday. Yeah, as much as I do this job, at the end of the day, I still am a fan and I love bowling. So at the core of it, I want to sit back and watch Brett Wolf versus Andrew Kane.
You always want to be out there bowling, but watching some of these matches.
Don, I believe it, well, I don't want to say his name wrong, Don Karen, Tony Maresca, Brett Wolf, Andrew Kane, Shannon Pluhowski, top 5 lefties to consider, and of course, Jacob Butcher. Well, Brett Wolf's got the front 4. Andrew Kane has gone a double, spare, double, and Brett Wolf now with the front 5. Again, all these matchups that we have here are 8 players who received a first-round bye. Kyle Duster, Brett Wolf, Matt Jones, Brian Halen, Stu Williams, Bobby Campanelli.
Kanda.
Anthony Kanda. Taking on the winners of the opening round matches, which were David Haynes, Andrew Kane, Derek Acuff, Matt Anderson, Keith Dahmer, Jacob Buttroff, and Chad Jovich. And Michael Fitzgerald? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. I actually wrote that and never typed it. 259 for Andrew Kane. Brett Wolf shot 225. 34 pin lead for Kane. But Brett Wolf has the front 6, but Andrew Kane not going anywhere.
Yeah. One and 2 do not look like any fun.
Yeah, that one hasn't started very well, but David Haynes at the 209 in game 1.
I believe Duster got to 170.
171. 38 pin lead for David Haynes. Haynes shot 260 to go from 10th to 7th. Went 212, and of course Kyle struggled, a couple of fouls. He shot 135. Then Dahmer shot 158. Kyle King was able to get a little lined up and shot 219. And it was a 16-pin match heading into game 3. And I forgot what Keith finished with, but he. Uh-oh. folks. Apologies for the if you experienced any brief buffering there. It's the first blip that we've experienced to this point. If you happen to see it again, or if I miss it somehow and don't pay attention, just let me know. If you did experience some,
the lefty duel is heating up here. Wolf missed an 8th, but they're both at 270 pace.
wow. All right, we look to be back in good shape internet wise. Let me just double check with the crew or with the chat. You guys tell me if we're good. Meanwhile, as Dallas just mentioned, Andrew Kane not batting an eye. That's a matchup where you hate to see single elimination. What a draw for Brett Wolf. We could have a 279 situation there.
It's not many times you bowl 279 and don't gain any ground. Anderson went to big Brooklyn for the double.
So Jacob Buttroff has gone, he's got 88 in the 5th now on a 4-bagger. Brett Wolf just went, and I apologize if you just said that, 379.
I'm watching 7 and 8, and this one's going to be a bloodbath on this one.
Cuff again with a 14-pin advantage. About 178.
Big double. For the triple with 257. Jones with the 24810 conversion. 47, 57. Okay. Give me a. And Anderson finishes up with 206. Big cave. Cave in the 4-9 for Dahmer. A cuff, 221. Got a 36 pin advantage here. Big spare there. Still close here in the Wolf-Kane match. Anderson slow curving him around the lane. Blistering 8 for a cuff. Kane has a triple. Can still get to 279. Matt Jones is down 27, 9, 36. Gets the first one here. Anderson tips over 3-pin. Spare spec. Stu with the odd 9-10. Jones, big double. Early in the match. Wolf responds with another pair of strikes. They are still tied. Kane splits the 8-9 again. Halen also starts with spare. Acuff has a washout he's shooting here. Ooh. That is tough. Wrapping the head pin around there. Stu spared the 9-10. That's impressive. David finishes up here with 2-10. Brett keeps striking. Has room for 269. Butters with the odd 6-7-9. Brett and Kane both 3-7 on lane 3. Oh, Jones trips 4-9 or triple.
Ooh. Thanks, Dallas, for holding it down.
Hey, we'll run around everywhere.
Well, this is the worst part of this job.
Yeah.
When the internet is not friendly. So apologies to all of you obviously watching at home. Mike, appreciate Mike, and just got some calls out trying to figure out if there's anything else we can do in the building. I do think everyone is right. The NFL is trying to rain on our parade.
Kane with another strike. I think that is a finale.
Updating you. Let me get some additional scores here. Dallas, you continue on because you know what's happening.
Jones got back in the match at the triple. He just 2 for 10s. Need some help there. Haynes is in command of his match down there. I think Kane's got enough wood there. Kane is a winner, advances. We got a close one here on 5 and 6 with Acuff and Jones. That's going to be intriguing. Anderson just has a 3-bagger. I think he is Up by a bunch. Stu's got a 1-pin match here, but I believe he is down 30 something. And Butters and Bobby's gonna be close. However, Stu just got 3.
Speaking of close, it's a 5-pin match. Oh, it was one after 2 with Campanelli and Buttroff.
There's with the strike. Acuff with the strike.
Rest of your totals coming at you right now. Again, Campanelli 406 and Buttroff 401. Again, these are after 2.
I do have to mention this. I'm willing to bet $1 that Brett Wolf is throwing a 300T.
Yes.
That
Theo mentioned that yesterday.
That could have been one of the greatest balls I've ever thrown. I had numerous honor scores with that ball. Terrible colors, but struck a lot.
So Buttroff finishes with 219 to be exact. That gives him 620.
Campanelli needs more than 8.
That's a winner.
Winner for old Bobby.
Campanelli is going to advance.
Jones trips the 4-9 again.
Folks, how are we looking right now? Looks like it's been steady for a little bit, right? That's fair to say. I won't jump the gun, but I'll wait till this round is over. And if we get through the rest of this round unscathed, I will go back to the original quality from a streaming perspective.
That one hooked early for Acuff.
Well, we just can't get away from that NFL, huh? Stu.
Fung with the 5 spare.
Stu wrapped a 10-pin. And Stu was trailing by 24. And now he can't even get to 200. So, and couldn't before that. Prior to, he can only get to 198.
One will be the finale.
Boy, Stu going bowl this match and not shoot 200.
Anderson just keeps chugging along. He's got 490. And that goes back to the craziness of the Kane-Wolf match. Wolf bowls 707. He is ahead by at least 50 on every other pair in the building. But he draws Kane, who bowled 750. So going back to what we're talking about, Duster had a bye. I think he's going to be in the eliminator. Wolf had a bye in eliminator. Halen here, eliminator.
Yeah, that's a good point. The only one everyone's got a tough draw, but yeah, Brett Wolf get Andrew Kane. That's about as tough as you can get.
Come on, Jones.
Stu, 176. Keith Dahmer will finish it out, and we'll get back to 5 through 8. If you're just joining us, it's a good time to update you. There was a bit of an internet blip here. So you may have missed out. I certainly missed some things while running around the bowling center. So updated winners at the moment. Andrew Kane defeated Brett Wolf 739 to 707. Keith Dahmer officially now in the books.
Keith Dahmer has eliminated Stu. Campanelli has eliminated Butters.
617 to 566. Dahmer defeats Stu Williams.
Another bye.
All right, so the Matt Anderson matches you just talked about. He was at 454 after 2. Ryan Halen struggled mightily here in game 3. Matt Anderson is going to advance to round 3. One and 2 again. Duster and Haynes still bowling, but David Haynes up 115 pins after 2 games.
Yeah, Duster struggled with that pair. It was a 5-7-10 for a second.
Well, this is the one round at this point, just considering what we just went through. The internet situation. It's like, all right, let's just start over. Let's eliminate round 2. And we'll get a chance to do that here next. We'll start anew in round 3.
This will be some juicy matches.
Uh-oh, okay. Was a big spare there for Derek. Well, he's going to finish first and already had the lead.
Up at 36. That gives him 182. Yeah. Good count. Good count here in the winner.
Matt Jones needed some help right there on that spare attempt. 689 to 505 officially. Anderson over Halen.
And
That's a winner. Derek Acuff. So with the exception of Bobby Campanelli, and we'll have to get the final tallies fact. So they're still bowling down. They got a few frames left. See if I can go catch a little bit of that.
going down to the low end, Fung was up 408 to 482, so that's only one hit. And Kando and Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's at 436, Kando's at 388. So that is a 50-pin match. And we got Emil changing camera angles a little bit.
We'll get an angled view of 13 through 16 as they finish up. .605 to 584.
Fung running that one out.
Derek Acuff a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, of those who received first round or one round bye, Bobby Campanelli is the only one to this point who has won their match. Mike, what we got on 13 and 14? All right, so Kando, so Fitzgerald had the 48 pin advantage, and Anthony Kando is not producing a huge challenge at the moment. So it looks like Fitz is still on his way to victory. Looks like Keith Fung is going to get by Chad Jovic. Very interesting matches, as you just talked about, Dallas, coming up here. Again, the top 8 players will be on the lanes next. Darren, go ahead.
That is the likes of Tang, Simo, Kote, Russ, Haugen Jr., Wiley?
Bob Wiley, yep.
Who else?
Russ, you said Russ?
Yeah.
Ben Perry?
Perry?
In order, it's Tang as the top seed. And again, the highest seed will bowl the lowest remaining seed. And in this situation, based on winners at the moment,
Fitzgerald.
might be Fitzgerald, yeah, who is already knocked off. Who did he bowl? Oh, I'm sorry. He bowled Dallas Lee.
Give it one more round, man.
Let's blame it on the internet.
Fung is officially a winner.
Fitz just shook hands with Anthony Kando. And I think that's going to wrap that one up as well. Kando did have a 3-bagger late and could have got to 226, but again, Fitzgerald with a strike in the 9th wrapped it up. So 1 out of the 8 players who received a round 1 or 1 round bye has advanced.
2.
Keith Fung, thank you. 2 out of 8.
You don't expect that trend to continue, but so
Well,
hard walking in blind.
Yeah, the thing about this round too, right now, the players remaining, you know, confident. And Michael Fitzgerald had the bowl of Desperado. He's already won 2 matches this morning. Confident. Matt Anderson got a pretty good look. I think it's just going to depend on, obviously, at this point, what pair the players who have already bowled 2 matches at this point. Andrew Kane.
Buzzsaw. You want to run into that? D-Ron Booker. You forgot about D-Ron.
Oh,
top 8.
I thought you said D-Ron. All right, 1 through 8. Seeds: Darren Tang, Bob Wiley, D-Ron Booker, Anthony Simonson, Ben Perry, Brianna Cote, Russ Oviatt, Michael Haugen. That's 1 through 8. Those are the players forthcoming. All right, now that everyone is streaming their NFL games and checking their fantasy football lineups, I think we might be all right for round 3 and beyond.
The internet has recovered.
It's a big thing. Yeah, it took a hit. My 3-year-old son enjoys the movie Real Steel. So I watched it about 2,800 times in the last 3 weeks. And for those who have seen the movie, it's about robots fighting, boxing, etc. Anyway, the little, Goliath robot gets a shot to face basically David. David gets a shot to face Goliath basically in the name of Zeus. The smaller robot's name is Adam. Got him out of the junkyard. They put him together. Anyway, he goes the distance, even knocks down Zeus. Zeus basically gets saved by the bell, or he would have lost. Very much like Rocky.
Yeah.
The original Rocky. It's kind of like that. That's what the internet did.
All right, bowlers.
It's recovery.
What's crazy is it's 2022, and we're struggling with internet
The
connectivity.
1 seed Darren Tang versus the 31 seed Fitzgerald. On 9 and 10, 2 seed Bob Wiley versus 27 seed Matt Anderson.
Ooh.
On 7 and 8, 3 seed Deron Booker versus 26 seed Derek Acuff. On 5 and 6, 4 seed Anthony Simonson versus 24 seed Andrew Kane. On 11 and 12, 5 seed Ben Perry versus 21 seed Keith Dahmer. On 3 and 4, 6 seed Brianna Cote versus 17 seed David Haynes. 15 and 16, 7 seed Russ Oviatt versus 15 seed Keith Fung. And on 13 and 14, 8 seed Michael Haugen versus 10 seed Bobby Campanelli. Once everybody gets their lanes, give me a thumbs up and we'll go ahead and start you guys for 5 minutes. After this round, there will be a brief break. We will re-oil for the round of 8, 4, and 2.
There's going to be one intentional stoppage, folks, coming up right now. I'm going to stop the stream intentionally and fire it right back up just to make one quick change. Don't be alarmed. This is me doing this intentionally.
Up to the end table, I will start writing checks for you.
Whoa. Internet's 90.
That's the good part of the internet.
Internet's 90.
That's the good part of the internet.
Oh.
The part that we need.
Everything's like
All right.
All right, boys, we're going to start you on
What do you
5
say we
minutes
start
starts.
over?
Redo.
Okay. Made some adjustments. Unfortunately, it does look like my top quality option. It's nice to stream in 1080 when you can. We had to dive on that one, folks. But our goal now is to just keep the stream going
Keep it live.
and consistent.
Yeah. A cup. A cup.
All right, round 3.
Round 3, a little practice session. We're live.
Okay. Whew. It's okay. I always feel bad when, like, GMs and bowling proprietors feel bad when the internet has an issue. All right, folks, I think we're good. Got at the moment, what is the optimal viewing scenario for you and our available bandwidth. And what right now is the most important time. Round 3, practice is off and running. If you are just joining us, and many of you are for the first time, people have been asking about the bracket. Let me double check the complete bowling. To the event page just to double check. All right.
All right, bowlers, please hold up in practice. Higher seats on the left lane. However, if you would like to change the arrows.
I think they're posting the bracket. Is that the bracket?
Yeah, the bracket is in the complete bowling events group, but you got to be in that group to see that. So what I'm going to do, once the additional names are updated on the bracket, which I think they are, I'm going to go take a quick photo and then post it to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page.
I will give you a rundown from left to right here. We got Tang and Fitzgerald on 1 and 2. Cote and Haynes on 3 and 4. Simo, who's already up. Bowling Kane on 5 and 6. Acuff and D-Ron are bowling together on 7 and 8. Wiley and Anderson on 9 and 10. Perry bowling Dahmer on, I believe, 11 and 12. Haugen and Campanelli on 13 and 14, and on 15 and 16, rounding them out, is Keith Fung and Russ Oviatt. Here on the feature pair, Simo and Kane are bowling each other, which would be a really good match. Kane's coming off 740.
All right. Took a couple photos. I'm about to post those on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. If you haven't visited that page or haven't liked or followed it, please do. Now would be an excellent time, if you haven't already, to share. We're good.
We're live.
We are live. Let's get some photos up of the bracket.
First look here at D-Ron. Swisher 8-pin.
Mr. Leon, I feel that you know these players pretty well. Almost all of them. Is that fair to say at this point?
I'd say it's fair assessment.
Of those who are remaining in the tournament, and based on what you've seen, and especially now it's the third time on these lanes, as far as the pattern being out and how many games have now been bowled on. Thoughts on how some of these matches may end up playing out? Who perhaps may have some advantages, maybe on how you might anticipate them being played?
Hard to rule out the lefties, especially if Kane bowls 740. But based on knowing them in tricks, I would have to say Simo. We bowled some during COVID and haven't bowled with him a lot of events. He has a lot of tricks and can do a lot of funky things. He's always got the backup ball loaded up. So if the left's good, he can follow them. Can't rule out Tang. He averaged 250 the last four games yesterday, and that's probably where the lanes are right about right now. But really, when you get to this stage of the tournament, anybody, it's who gets hot and who matches up and fills enough frames, and who hits enough pairs that tailor to what you like to do. A cuff with an early double. And I've often said this, D-Ron has one of the best physical games that you can watch.
We've been talking about that. And I said the same thing when I watched him at the New Mexico Open. He had a super run yesterday to the end of his block, which was C Squad. I think he went 250, 250, 240.
Yeah, he was pretty close to what Darren put together the last four games.
Yeah, he went 255, 251, 244 the last three to move to get to second on C Squad behind Darren Tang. Of course, if you watched last night, you know Darren Tang went 59, 68, 205, 290, and those are 259, 268.
Haynes open up with the front three.
As Dallas mentioned, Cote, Tang, they're on 1 through 4.
Is Campanelli blown on the same pair he bowled Butters?
No. Well,
One pair to the right?
well, it looks like it, but I don't think so. No, he had to move a pair to the right.
Oh.
I tell you what, Derek Acuff. You know, he's been able to do what he likes to do all day. If he can get past D-Ron Booker, and you'd have to look at the seeding, obviously, because it's highest seed remaining versus lowest seed remaining, which really is an interesting wrinkle.
Because it really jumbles up the bracket.
Yeah, it opens up a ton of possibilities. I've actually never seen that in a tournament, and I like it. It's just because it's different.
It's almost like a Swiss.
Yeah. And right now, Acuff looks about as comfortable as he's looked all day.
Simo is beaming them up the first arrow. I don't think that's true, but it clocked it at 31.
Well, you mentioned Simo and the tools, and you got to see him up close and practice with him. He's a player like in this situation with 2 rounds already on the pairs. He's like, which tool do I need? Which trick am I going to use?
And I think he bowled in B squad, and I think that's what he did early on was put it hard up the lane. And as long as you can get it to tumble the right way, it looks really good.
Bowled 300.
What doesn't look very good is when you're punting as a 4-bagger. Haynes with a wrap 10 there, the front 4. Blistering 8-pin for Kane. Anderson, strike. Russ has a string going down there against Fung. Lower 7 for Haynes. Simo, messenger from the right on the 9-pin.
Interesting. All right, folks, I'm about to post
A lot of matches pretty close so far.
I feel that that's expected at this point. These 10 players, sorry, 8 players who just joined us. Right, despite, warm up, a couple rounds, but, based on their performance in their respective squads, you feel like they, again, it's a totally different ball game right now, but maybe have the best handle on what to do based on how they performed yesterday. Again, I know today is different, but you anticipate these matches at least through, I think, game 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to experience a different level of transition.
Well, for a lot of these guys that made the top 16, they've already bowled 2 rounds. So I think it helps you get a little better picture in your head of what the lanes are doing, where they're going. A close one on 1 and 2 with Tang and Fitzgerald. Haynes had an early string, gets a handful of pins. Kane and Simo here are putting on a clinic.
As if the internet wasn't enough.
Oh no!
Reared its ugly head.
D-Ron with the wrap 10.
Thanks again there, everyone, for tuning in. Big thanks to all of the sponsors here of the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. This is round 3. If you are just joining us again, the top 8 seeds, they received their 2-round buys. And so now they bowl for the first time today here in round 3. Their opponents, specifically, again, Fitzgerald, Haynes, Kane, Acuff, Anderson,
Haugen.
not Haugen. Thinking of players who have won 2 matches to this point.
Dahmer.
And Keith Dahmer. Those 6 players are still alive. They've won 2 matches. Keith Fung and Bobby Campanelli received 1-round buys, and they won their round 2 matches.
Anderson tripping the 2. Keeps that match close. Another 8-pin.
And sponsors include West USA Realty and Jacqueline Smith, Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, Brunswick, Ramsey's Auto Center, and 10-back Bowling Solutions. Another hot start for Andrew Kane.
D-Ron with a great shot there. On the right lane. I think it's the first one I've seen Darren's in front of the bar turn on 1 and 2.
Well, for anybody, that might be great news for Darren Tang, based on what he had to do last night. If he can replicate the look that he had last night, which is based on the shot I just saw, he had that last night with what looked to be a phase 2. It was phase 2 last night, and it looks like phase 2 right now.
Simon.
And at the conclusion of this round, there will be a break to re-oil. We will not, or I should say, we will remain live and put a message up to let you know what's going on for that. I think after the break, 1 through 4 will be in play.
See you, man.
And I think 11 through 14 will be in play. Saw the comment earlier. I meant to talk about it, but saw that don't actually look out for front 6. Yeah, Bob Wiley. He can max at just 202. Matt Anderson about to step up in the 10th frame. In fact, 245, 237 here. Let's get you just to the right here in a minute. Watch Acuff's 10th frame.
Anderson threw a big double and then got 5, so now it's close again. Haynes is going to finish up here at 2-0, it looks like. Simo keeps striking here. Haynes finishes up at 201.
Oviatt hit 244 and Funk hit 247.
Looks like we're going to be all square in the Fitzgerald Tang match. Brianna can strike here for the game 1 win. On 3 and 4.
So, all right, we got 9 through 12 at the moment. Watching the final fill shot here for Bob Wiley. Next door, though, Ben Perry shot 256. Keith Dahmer 179. Bob Wiley gets to 189. Matt Anderson 197. D-Ron 184. Derek Acuff 228. And Andrew Kane 245. Anthony Simonson 237. Brianna Cote 205. David Haynes 201.
And it was 843, I think, for Fitzgerald Tang.
Looks like a 6 over there for Fitzgerald, 186. What Michael Fitzgerald doing is reminding me of what he did at the New Mexico Open in 2021. I think he was a 1 match, maybe 2 away from reaching the finals. All right, so Bob Wiley versus Matt Anderson. Ben Perry versus Keith Dahmer. Wow, is that 77 pins? There it is for Ben Perry. Wow, out the gates. I think earlier today, Dahmer had the 77 pin advantage over Kyle King.
That's an interesting one there. Fung and Oviatt, 44-47.
Yeah, 247, 244. Keith Fung over Russ Oviatt, or I should say leading Russ Oviatt after 1 game. Could just be me, but it always seems like 15 and 16 are producing high scores.
Acuff slides that one over.
There is 1 match still in game 1. And Haugen Jr. versus Campanelli. Again, round 3. My name is Emil Williams Jr. with Dallas Leon. Dallas bowled this morning and was gracious enough to hang out. Glad he was here because he was able to help me get through the situation in round 2.
The internet debacle of round 2.
Campanelli shot 210. And I think Haugen shot 176.
30-something pins there. D-Ron with a double.
34 pin lead early for Campanelli. Bob Wiley was just excellent during his squad yesterday.
Get around. Something to watch there. Kane has 3-7 twice on 6.
We've got a long way to go, but I'm looking ahead to the next round and now trying to think about who we think had the best looks on the fresh out of all these individuals still bowl.
Fitzgerald.
Okay, you have firsthand experience of that, so I'll trust your judgment there.
Haugen can get by. That's the dark horse. He might have to curve it a little too much than what he likes, but if he can get to the fresh. Clawing his way back.
Developments.
Oh.
A wiggle on the 10 for Matt Anderson. Again, if you're looking for brackets, if you're not in the complete bowling events group, I did post them on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. They're left to right round 1, 2, and 3. Oh my goodness.
The leaner.
Wow. Brianna Cote looked like she was about to wrap another 10 pin on 4. But it did go. And Perry now first open in the third, no strikes against Keith Dahmer. On 5 and 6, Simonson with a 3-6. Trails Andrew Kane by 8 heading into this one. Derek Acuff and D-Ron Booker. Nice battle here in game 2. Acuff right now looks to be the most comfortable to me.
He also possibly could be bowling on the fresh. Every game so far.
Keith Dahmer and Kyle King started on 7 and 8. And Brian Halen and Matt Anderson bowled on 7 and 8.
See what move Kane makes here. Wraps up. Great shot by D-Ron. They are transitioning pretty quick here on 5 and 6. Acuff answers with a 6-bagger of his own. Blistering ramp 10 for D-Ron right there. Simon with a ball change. D-Ron fills. He's got room for 69 here.
He's gonna need every bit of it too.
Yeah. That was a tough draw right there. Cote with the strike. Fitzgerald's got an early double here.
Quick look at D-Ron. That was a 9th frame shot there.
10 back.
We'll see Acuff in a moment. Simonson. Wiley did make the spare. Back to Perry. For Ben Perry, he leads again by 77, or led by 77 after 1. But Keith Dahmer has come out strong. Acuff on a 6-bagger currently. Man,
Adds one.
that's tough. Andrew Kane. Dallas mentioned some transition. There's a good one. I'll back over to front 6, Bob Wiley. Bob trailing by just 8 pins. Versus Matt Anderson after 1 game.
2-4-7. Great cuff.
The way the Wiley Anderson match looks, it's just got 10th frame, 3rd game written all over it. See if Andrew Kane can double up. Just chops the 7 out.
Big double.
Acuff.
Covers.
And Dahmer now through the nose.
Yeah, it looks like this Anderson-Wiley match will be a who doubles the first time in the thing.
Acuff got to 257. Oh boy.
They need to cover a lot of ground. All right. D-Ron here can get to 269. And he's going to need every ounce of it.
Oh boy. That's ew. Right, you just hate that.
It's gross.
And 7-pin goes for Simonson. 237, potentially 236 to back it up for Anthony. Oh,
Taking the logo off the pin.
D-Ron making it a little close.
Anderson misses the 2-8, and Wiley gives it right back to him in 2-4-10s. Crazy how the first one struck and that one didn't.
That's our game right there. Well, Brianna Cote just can't consistently carry.
Yeah.
Wrapped in, she just left a 7-pin. Here's Andrew Kane. Very important 10th frame here. But Simonson going 237 now, 225. So he's in at 462. D-Ron Booker finishes at 249. It's at 433. And A-Cuff with 257 again at 485.
All these games are done down here, and they're in the 4th frame. Campanelli and Hawkins.
Yeah, we'll be turning some cameras in that direction.
I don't know what they did to 1 and 2, but they look miserable.
Joe Smith suggests we should call, I'm assuming, Bobby Slate. Sometimes, you know, when people say, hey, you should call him, but you don't really know what it means.
Yeah.
Although slate is a nice color if you're looking for appliances.
Oh boy.
All right, back over to 9 through 12. And just right at the time where Bobby had some unfortunate carry. Matt Anderson couldn't convert the split in the 9th frame. Oh man. Russ Oviatt, 223.
Oh boy.
Keith Fong, 225. Oh, that's lovely.
.472 to 4. Five-pin match?
That's a match down there. Ben Perry has figured something out on 11 and 12. And just as you say that, he leaves the 6, 9, 10. He was working on a 4-bagger again, and he's in really good shape though. He had a 77-pin advantage. And right now, you know, at worst he might be a few pins or give a few pins back after the end of this game. Looks like the first matches to finish up will be 5 through 8. Kane and Simonson already through 1 frame. And Andrew Kane just labeled a couple of great shots. Again, $10,000 to the winner. There will be a break following this round. A break to re-oil. We'll have 8 players remaining. There will be, look out. There will be a match on 1 and 2, a match on 3 and 4. I think a match on 11 and 12, and a match on 13 and 14. There'll be some small logistical challenges for that particular round to get all of those matches, but I'll do my best. And then we'll go from, we'll get to 7 through 10, the round of 4. And then we'll have the final 2, of course, on 5 and 6.
We have a case of nobody wants to win the game. And Wiley and Anderson.
Bob Wiley shoots 166.
Tang finishes up with 173.
Great church from Matt Anderson. Second shot there in the 10th.
Gets 3 in the clubhouse at 177.
374 to 360. I'm sorry, 355. Anderson over Wiley at the moment. Dahmer got to 204. That's 383 for Keith Dahmer. Again, still trailing though. Ben Perry 4, who has 466, excuse me. Back to 5 through 8.
Aaron with the strike on the right lane. Got a 10-pin match here. Cote and Haynes.
Simo hasn't moved from where he started, I should say, this match. He is committed to that plan throughout, and obviously it's gotten him to 62 over at this point. And really just trying to remain even here with Andrew Kane.
The option to throw it hard and harder.
And when you can do it, I mean, you know. 4 out of 5 for Simonson. Every non-strike from Derek Acuff. Obviously a plus for Deron Booker. He's been very good at converting counts that have circles around them, speaking of Derek today. Hasn't given away pins from splits. USBC Hall of Famer Andrew Kane. Shot in the 4-pin, but that's going to allow Deron again to step up and put up a 4-bagger.
Like Wiley with a ball change. Big shot there by Kane.
David Haynes, 11-pin lead over Brianna Cote, 400 to 389. Leave Michael Fitzgerald with a 381 to 356 lead over Darren Tang. Michael Haugen, 176, 215. Bobby, 210, 173.
No love for Deron on the board. Wiley misses a 10. Up.
That one's definitely, again, coming down to the 10th frame for sure. Anderson and Wiley are in the 3rd frame. Yeah, we'll get back there.
Deron fills.
Again, Haugen 391, and it's a pretty even match there. He has taken the lead.
Wow.
By 8 over Bobby Campanelli. 391, 383.
It's close. It's close.
Heath Fung and I think Russ Oviatt already into frame 6, maybe 7. They're about on the same pace as our match here on 5 and 6.
Ooh, ball change for Derek.
Oh,
Ooh.
wow. Nice break. Clutch there, too. Is that pitch black?
That was a pitch black.
He's going from urethane to urethane. Wow. I think Matt Anderson nearly had the 3, 6, 7, 10 there and didn't make it somehow. And they are even just in game 3, Wiley and Anderson. Oh, my goodness. Vicious. Messenger from Andrew Kane. A situation where he's got to have them all.
All square through 3, and I think Anderson's up 10. Is that what our math was?
For which match?
Anderson?
19.
19.
Andrew Kane just dropping them. And he's essentially forcing Simo to keep tough here. Doing everything you can do in a 3-game match.
Any non-strike here in the 8th or 9th makes things very, very juicy. D-Ron. D-Ron's keeping at it.
Eighth frame, Simonson. You mentioned the Luster King. Do we know if he put it in there?
I don't know, but I
Didn't hear any noises today.
You can see his reflection in it.
How was mine? Keeping in mind, obviously, it's Simo and he's so great at what he does. But just from the bowling perspective, how is that piece of equipment shiny? How is that helping or aiding? Like, what was his thought process, you thinking, when he chose to throw that ball?
I think it's an original idol. They weren't terribly aggressive. So I think he's just trying to push the ball as far down the lane as possible. And he hammers on it so hard. It just has to tumble through the pins the right way. So he's kind of essentially taking the pattern out of play and just kind of playing the hits off the head pin. That's kind of what I did. We bowled the tournament in Texas together. There was a short pattern that was gross. There's no way around it. It was just gross. And me and him kind of did the same thing. We just used a big ball and throw it through the lane at the head pin.
X for some hold and got it. Did Andrew Kane. His max score is 701. That's if he throws all 3 in the 10th. That would get him to 278. That would make the magic number for Anthony Simonson 240.
Climb the hill. It does so.
Kane throws the next one. It's going to force Simo to double in the 10th frame. It also would be the second consecutive 700 series thrown by Andrew Kane as well. Well, potentially. If he strikes out, it's 701. He shot 739.
And 650. Big shot here.
To force a double. Reed. Oh.
So the new number now is 490. So Simon needs any spare. Any mark in the first hit. Oh, blistering 5-7.
.267. .690.
So Simon needs 29 to get to 91. So ball in hand.
As you mentioned, any kind of mark. The number is specifically 229. That's it.
That's a tough one.
The plastic to keep it on the lane. So the last two matches for Andrew Kane. Brett Wolf, we defeated 737 to 707. Andrew Kane, oh I'm sorry, Anthony Simonson. Where he's going to lose 708 to 690.
And just two pairs away, someone's going to win with 590. Man, what a match we would have if D-Ron carries that in the ninth. That'd be 47. I'll force Acuff to get to 180.
Yeah, that in the ninth, and then fortunate missed the single pin there in the second. And he left another 10 pin in the sixth frame. Derek Acuff
Advance.
keeps rolling on. It's debunking no urethane this weekend. He's not having any of that match play.
Here can double and get pretty close. She does.
All right, made a quick adjustment. Try to get you to look at Cote and Haynes and Tang and Fitzgerald as that one comes down to the wire.
Oh. Cote with the great spare on the bucket.
I'm not sure Keith Dahmer will have enough frames to overtake Ben Perry, but the Bob Wiley and Matt Anderson situation, Bob needs this one.
Gets it.
It was a 9th frame shot for Bob Wiley. We'll get him to 213 max.
I think we have a couple pin match here between Fitzgerald and Tang. Tang has a three-bagger in the middle.
Oof, that was nearly a 4-9. All right, let's see. So let's say Matt Anderson, if he were to open, let's say he goes 9 out here, that is 204.
Yep. That would force Wiley to get all of them. No, I was ahead by 19.
Yeah, that wouldn't be enough. Still, he'd still be down by 10. Yeah, Matt's going to advance, and nine's enough. Plenty, actually.
Looks like Bobby's trying to rally back here.
All right, let's take a look over at Darren Tang. .381 to 366 or 56. Is that right?
I think the magic number here is 25, 26. Haynes with the 210. No conversion. No, that's real close.
So Darren Tang with 356. Fitzgerald with 381.
.25 is the magic number. Anderson wraps up the match there. Cote needs this.
11 pins the difference. Haynes with the advantage. He just opened in the 8th, but as Dallas just mentioned, she definitely needed that one. And or more help from David Haynes. Brooklyn Rob, yes he will. Curious to see what he looks like today on the fresh though. During the squad, I think he went 199, 189, and then he had the front, no, I'm sorry, then he went spare, back 10, 9 count for 289 in game 3, and then he was off and running on his squad. But such a smart player. He's already got his plan ready, I'm sure, for the fresh.
Yeah. Might be a similar game plan, just more surface.
That's a great point.
Tough to see from here the Oviatt Fung match. Tang can get to a max of 221, which means that Fitzgerald here needs to get to 95-ish, and that's what he can max at. Cote will need some help here from Haynes. Oh no, and Fitzgerald chops the 610. So we had 25 there, that gives him 89. Well, as Emil said, Cote needs some help from Haynes and he washes out again.
Man. Cote can get to 188. This one not over with yet. Fitzgerald just opened.
It is heating up.
I think I heard on the concourse, I didn't see the scores though. Maybe a double here. Oh my.
So the spare gets him to 89. It would mean Darren would need to get to 2-0 something.
So let's give, by the way, Oviatt over Fung 670, 660.
Wow. All of them? All right. Fitzgerald needs all the pins here. no.
Wait a minute. Well, that could be 171. That could be 571, and all of a sudden, Ronnie Cote's gonna need a double in the 10th to win.
So that gives
555 for Fitzgerald. David Haynes has to make this.
everybody.
He gives Bree another break.
She needs 181, 158, 170. She needs the double. Tang needs a mark here. Any mark is a winner.
Oh,
Wow.
nearly a 2-8-10, nearly a 2-10. Good Lord. All right, Cote on the approach. Needs 2 in the 10th. That's got to get some help. Oh, and
Gets
some
there.
push. That is 1. Darren Tang is going to advance. Step closer to 10K. What a match that was. Michael Fitzgerald led 381 to 356 after 2. David Haynes led 400 to 389 after 2.
No lead is safe.
Must strike for Cote to advance. For the win. Bang. How about that step up in the 10th frame? And now stay behind the foul line. Officially needs 4 pins. Keep it on the lane, stay behind the foul line. We always say those things. It's not the easiest shot in the world.
Yeah.
She's got the strike ball in hand. Not going to throw it right up the middle. She's behind the foul line.
That's 10 again.
That's plenty. How about that? 577 to 570. Cote over Haynes. David Haynes, 2 splits and a washout in the last 3 frames, all opens. In the anticipation that
That's a lot. And she made a lot of spares to get to 577.
well, folks, that was a lot to go through, but we've done it. As you can see, the lanes are now being redressed. We will have a break, and we will return with the round of 8. It shouldn't be very long. I'm guessing no more than 30 minutes or so. Appreciate everyone for hanging out, especially throughout the round 2 technical difficulties. So Brianna Cote, let's see. Let's go over the winners real quick here in Dallas before we take this break. Darren Tang comes from behind to defeat Michael Fitzgerald. Brianna Cote doubles in the 10th to defeat David Haynes. Anthony Simonson struck first shot in the 10th to shut out, or defeat, I should say, Andrew Kane. 708, 690, by the way. Derek Acuff, 668 over Deron Booker, 645. I didn't see the final, but Matt Anderson was going to defeat Bob Wiley. Didn't see the final between Ben Perry and Keith Dahmer, but there weren't enough frames for Keith to come back. Ben Perry advances. And the one I'm not sure about, Haugen and Campanelli, I think I got to double check on that one. Keith Fung defeated Russ Oviatt 670 to 660.
Wow.
All right, folks. So again, round of 8 is next. Gonna make a few changes, and we've got 1 through 4 and 11 through 14 in play here. So it's actually going to be a bit difficult logistically for scoreboard purposes. In fact, 1 through 4 might look very much like what we just saw.
All right, boys, that wraps up the 3rd round. We are now down to our
All right,
top 8.
we worked some magic.
Doing a quick re-oil.
Re-oil's happening. Let us know who's winning certain football games. And we'll be back momentarily. Before we go, though, Dallas, anything shock you, surprise you about what we just saw in this round?
Versus the number 27 seed,
Not particularly. You know, just all the people that advance through, those are all your grinders and spare makers, and situations like this where it's not hard. You don't expect anything less. But this re-oil is going to be the difference maker. Is who figures out the fresh, because there wasn't a lot of people who crushed them on the fresh. We talked about the big blocks from Tang and Booker. Those were all games 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we will really see. I think the scores are going to dip here. You know, I think a lot of 6-0s, 6-10s are going to be winners. So very, very much so. They are going to be fun to watch.
There you have it. We'll take a quick break. Try to work a little magic, and we'll be back with you with the round of 8. Enjoy some football. Tell them to stop starting on the Sundays when we need the internet. We'll be back in a moment on Bullstream TV.
Our round of 8 players, please make sure you guys are back by 12:30 to be ready to roll.
Yeah. It could need a lot of help. Then I'm gonna have to figure out how to double when I had one double.
We know Carrie was not very good. Well done.
It was all for the viewers.
Well done.
Round of 8 bowlers. Please start reporting to your lanes. We're going to get started in just over 1 minute. You guys can alter surfaces before this match if you like. I'll wait till you throw your first shot. Once again, the matches look like this. On 1 and 2, we have the 5 seed of Brendan Perry versus the 8 seed of Michael Howard. On 3 and 4, the 1 seed of Darren Tang versus the 27 seed Matt Anderson. On 11 and 12, the 4 seed Anthony Simonson versus the 26 seed Garrett Aka. And on 13 and 14, 6 seed Brianna Cote versus 7 seed Russ Oviatt. Alright boys, report to your lanes. We're going to get you guys started on 5 minutes of practice.
I'll log, it's basically a point of sale. I'm logged into the server.
want to reverse arrows, that is completely up to you. 3-game total pinfall. Good luck.
All right. All right. Did a little maneuvering, folks. I did the best I think we can do for this particular round. You'll see the scoreboards aren't cropped into the shot like normal. It's because we are so spread out. I would have needed to move every camera to try and add some scoreboards. I could add one, but sometimes that just doesn't do enough justice. So we've got 1 through 4. Obviously, they're going to be a little small, a lot small. But I got you on the scores. 11 through 14, obviously way down there. I'll probably be getting up and walking. Actually, Mike is going to sit near me. Mike Dearmeyer, the GM here at Lakeview Lanes, as he has been keeping me updated on what's been happening on the high end. Your matches this round: Ben Perry, Michael Haugen, Darren Tang, Matt Anderson, Anthony Simonson, Derek Acuff, Brianna Cote, Russ Oviatt. Those are your matchups, and still it is the highest seed remaining bowls the lowest seed, and so forth. So in this particular scenario, again, as you watch, you know we're now bowling on the fresh. At the moment, remaining seeds, of course, Darren Tang is the number 1 seed. The lowest seed remaining is Matt Anderson, who was 27th. Then Anthony Simonson, the 4th seed, is facing Derek Acuff, the 26th seed. 5th seed, Ben Perry, is taking on the 8th seed, Michael Haugen Jr., and Brianna Cote, the 6th seed, facing 7th seed, Russ Oviatt. The final 4 will be will take place on 7 through 10. So after this round is complete, we'll pause. I'm going to go move a camera back into a different position. And then I do have something set up to try to get some scoreboards for 7 through 10. We'll see how it works out. And then the finals will be on 5 and 6, and we'll be golden there. If you missed the previous round, the last two matches, and they both were on 1 through 4. Darren Tang and Michael Fitzgerald went down to the 10th frame, with Tang needing in a spare, or really a mark in the 10th frame. After Michael Fitzgerald had unfortunately opened late in the 9th, he did fill, I believe, 20 in the 10th, but it was a marked situation nonetheless for Darren Tang. To advance, and he did. Brianna Cote, after David Haynes went the last 3 frames, left them open. 2 splits and a washout. Cote then needed to double after not doubling the entire game, and got 2 strikes in the right lane. Got the necessary count, which was 4 on the fill, to remain alive. It's on the fresh, and I appreciate Dallas Leong for joining me. He actually got some very good compliments from those watching, and specifically what he was talking about with oil and lane conditions. But he is on his journey back home. Shout out to Josh Tajiri as well. But Dallas mentioned Michael Haugen Jr. And if he were to advance, he thought he might have a good opportunity to win, because if he were to advance in the previous round, which he did over Bobby Campanelli, he might be tough to beat on the fresh. Lakeview Lanes, Sun City, Arizona. We've reached now the afternoon portion here of the events. Specifically Sunday, top 32 advanced to match play here today. We've now into essentially the 4th round of the day, but the round of 8. The Elite 8, if you will. D-Tang was 7-10. Derek Acuff at the front 5 and just stoned an 8-pin in the 6th frame, as we have before, certainly, and will throughout or continue to do. Take a look at 11 through 14. Camera's position, like, it's basically kind of nudged up right on, it's on a table, but if you pan too far to the right, you'll catch one of the beams here in the building. Good match against Simonson and Acuff. Again, front 5, 9-pin spare for Derek Acuff. Simonson clean through 5, 98 in the 4th on a spare. Russ Oviatt has looked very good throughout the day as well as yesterday. Michael Haugen, however, after the opening split, comes back with a mean 5-bagger. Versus Ben Perry, who has yet to double. Matt Anderson keeps chugging along. Good shot. And for Matt, this is his now 2nd time bowling on the fresh. In fact, let's see. How many players Got the chance to bowl on the fresh this morning. Who are left? Derek Acuff and Matt Anderson are the only two players who have seen the fresh prior to this round today. All right, big double there for Matt Anderson. Simonson's seen some early struggles here. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 in the 7th frame. See Darren Tang enter your screen here momentarily. All tossing the rock, tossing the urethane, able to double up. Ben Perry with some struggles early. Lefties remaining, Ben Perry and Derek Acuff. Nice shot. Well, let's take a look at 11 through 14. Here's Acuff now, 7th frame. Just left an 8-pin on the left lane, and now 10-pin on the right lane. Again, Acuff versus Simonson, and to their right, Cote versus Oviatt. Off camera, 3, 6, 9, 10 left for Matt Anderson on the double in the 7th frame. Yeah, I think every match at this point kind of slow moving. Haugen. And Michael Haugen makes it 6 in a row. Learned that Russ Oviatt, he did defeat Keith Fung. We knew the final tally, 670 to 660. I was told that Keith unfortunately missed a spare late. Russ got a fortuitous break in his frame, but that's a good 9 right there. Michael Haugen stopped in the 8th frame by a wrap 10-pin. Again, the winners will move on to the final 4. $10,000 on the line. Second place will receive $5,000 today. The 3rd and 4th place finishers, the tie for 3rd, will receive $2,200 each. 5th through 8th. So the losers of these respective matches will receive $1,000 each. Rare miscue there. Michael Haugen misses a 10-pin in the 8th frame. There's a good one there for Simo. A washout off camera, nearly converted by Matt Anderson, and he is left with a 197 max in game 1. Darren Tang, meanwhile, with a 3-bagger. So he's going to go first here. Rana Cote looks like about to step up in the 9th. Trailing what I believe is 3 pins. Week 7 or 10, excuse me. Darren Tang working on 3 in a row, makes it 4. Well, back to Simonson. Talked about the potential of what Simo might do game plan wise. Dallas Leong said probably would keep the game plan the same, use a little bit more surface since of course it's the fresh. And that looks to be what's on the docket. First to Tang. Simo makes the spare. Oh, 5 in a row. Vitamin D is indeed a necessary component of one's healthy life. It's a good break there for Michael Haugen. Russ Oviatt looking pretty good here. Double. Looks like he can get to 249. Matt Anderson. He continues to move a little left. Trips a 4. Derek Acuff matching wits here with Simonson. Let's watch Russ. Good shot. That was his first offering in the 10th frame. He's in the 230s. The best Cote can get to at the moment is 205. So Russ is going to lead. Michael Haugen made the spare in the 9th. Another 10-pin looks like as Derek Acuff puts one down in the 10th frame. And for Acuff, you know Simon was going to give you all one can handle. You got to get every pin possible. One more in the 10th here. It's going to be in the 250s. Russ to get in the 240s. 2-8. We had folks who loved bowling as much as the spammers do. We'd be in much better shape overall. I mean, good Lord. Joe, appreciate you. Come on back, open up that shop. Speaking of that, let's watch Darren Tang. I'll tell you what happens with Cote. She struck on the first shot there. I'll confirm. Tang, bang. Six in a row now for Darren Tang. Haugen finishes with 221. Derek Acuff got to 246. Keep it here with Tang at the moment. He has been one of the few players who have managed to string strikes at this tournament this weekend. The #1 overall seed had an 8-game block of plus 253 yesterday, specifically last night during C Squad, which included a game of 290. 246, 208. Acuff leading Simonson after 167 for Ben Perry. Again, the 221 from Haugen. 224, 197 for Matt Anderson. And I'll need to get Brianna Cote's as well as Russ Oviatt's numbers. 237 for Russ. 195 for Brianna Cote. First one on the board is Haugen here on 1 through 4 as he strikes. Mark, you should be able to check either the complete bowling events group page and or the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. If you don't see them there, I posted the rounds 1, 2, and at the time the start of round 3 prior to our break. And I'll post the most updated bracket after round 3 with the round of 8 matches here on the Bowlstream TV Facebook page. Tang with a 27-pin advantage over Matt Anderson. Haugen leads by 54. Thank you for all for watching here. Big thanks to our sponsors, West USA Realty and Jacqueline Smith, Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, Tang for 3 in a row. Man, he gets some wild hits to fall. Brianna Cote went double. The old pro washout there. She took care of the washout in the third. Oviatt starts spare double. And a little trouble here for Derek Acuff. spare split, and now he's working on a 3-5-6. For 4 in a row. Bang. Top seed trying to move on to the round of 4. Quick look at 11 through 14. I'd say another stellar season on the PWBA Tour. A consistent and constant competitor here within the complete bowling events tournament series. The Queens portion here, the Masters and Queens in Arizona. Only player on the PWBA Tour this season to win multiple times. And trying to find a way to move on to the round of 4, get closer to another 5-digit payday. Wouldn't be bad. Her and husband Randy in the house built. It's in progress. Keep adding to the fun. Simonson, 4 in a row. Russ putting in work. Arizona State product. Of course, right in the backyard there. And there you see Acuff with some struggles. Again, if you did not see or couldn't find the bracket, I did just post some updated after the round of 3. The key caveat there. And had a great question there if Derek is watching. Again, the higher seeds bowl the lower seed, or the highest seed bowls the lower seed, and so on throughout each round. So again, Darren Tang is the top seed. He is facing the lowest remaining seed in Matt Anderson. So forth and so on for each match. That's a wrinkle that you don't see very often, but a cool one. Get back to Darren Tang here in a second. He's got the front 6 now. I don't think he liked that one based on his reaction. First miss for Simonson. Another washout for Cote. She cannot convert. Rush Oviatt Doesn't look like he's going to miss anytime soon. Just got that type of reaction at the moment. Ben Perry trying to remain clean through 6. But he's got his work cut out for him. He's going to need to start striking sooner rather than later. Oviatt. Oh, you jinxed him. Let's look at Matt Anderson here. 7-10 now to Haugen over on 2. Simo did strike in the 6th. It's 5 out of 6 for Anthony Simonson, who was the 4th seed. Haugen said audibly that was so bad. He does leave himself a single pin to deal with. Simonson had to get past Andrew Kane. Kane shot 690. If not for a wrap 7 pin, second shot in the 10th frame, Simo, instead of needing a 1 strike, or a mark, excuse me, he would have needed a double. And it could be a bit of a different story, but that's not what happened. Andrew Kane bowled about as well as you can bowl today. 649, 739, and 690, essentially to go 2-1 on the day. The Chicago Bears have defeated the San Francisco 49ers. Oh my. Maybe Michael Haugen Jr. should be a Bears fan. All right, Darren Tang. 7th frame, he's working on the front 6. Enters your screen. Boy, and it has all come back here to Simonson from Derek Acuff. Eric Acuff, excuse me, with 84 in the 7th. After opening up with 246 to lead by 38 pins. Front 8 for D Tang off camera. Stone face going back to the concourse table, writing his notes down as he has done, I think, every shot during this tournament. Right now, Darren Tang understands the assignment. Win $10,000 today. For Matt Anderson, man, he has been diligent, valiant in his efforts today. It looks like perhaps the buzzsaw is coming in the face of Darren Tang. Cote did double. Another strike there for Oviatt. Derek Acuff trying to find something here. There's a good one. Unfortunately, Simonson, 7 out of 8. Ben Perry. He's got 1 double. It came in the first frame, or the first 2 frames, I beg your pardon. Through the nose goes Russ. Important double here for Acuff. Again, this is a 3-game total pinfall match. It's not a best of. So again, trying to get back on the right track and feeling comfortable and confident. as you head into that game 3 against Simonson, who is not going to let up. Back to 1 through 4. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's not what I want to. For 9 in a row. Indeed. Make it 10 in a row now for Darren Tang. I don't think he liked that one. But you see the focus. It'd be the most, like the coolest, nonchalant potential 300 I've ever seen. But he understands that this is a 3-game total pinfall match. The job is not done, but it's still fun though. Tang for 300. $298 for Darren Tang. 522. This is not picking up a little bit over in the Perry Haugen match too. Pick 10th frame for Perry. 1 strike in the 9th, and boy, if you double up there, start slicing into that deficit a little bit. And back over to 11 through 14 here in a minute. Matt Anderson continues to move a little further left. Simonson, by the way, shot 279. 487 for Simonson after 2. I believe 205 from Brianna Cote. So if you start looking ahead to potential opponents for Darren Tang, again, higher seed. Will bowl the lowest remaining seed. Cote did shoot 205, but Russ Oviatt 234. Back-to-back 230 games. 471 for Russ. He leads by 71 pins with Brianna Cote. Matt Anderson 194. And for Matt, Darren Tang gets the party started again. First one in the 10th. So the match right now, oh my. Let's say the closest match right now is Ben Perry versus Michael Haugen. And Haugen chopped a spare in the 10th, so he shoots 200 even to get to 421. Ben Perry shoots 207. They get to 374. 522 to 391. I missed Acuff's final shot there. Or, yeah, so I'll get you an update on his final tally. But Simo again with 487. And Acuff shot 240 in game one, 246 to be exact. All right, potential opponents. Take a look at Oviatt to start. Oviatt, excuse me. Again, of the remaining seeds, it's not going to be easy at this point, obviously. This is where it gets serious. Looks like Simonson moving closer to a win. It's the Perry Haugen. If Simonson wins, it could be a Darren Tang versus Michael Haugen Final Four matchup. Simonson could be on his way to facing Russ Oviatt. But stranger things, as we saw in the previous match with Cote and Haynes, could take place. So the ball reaction does go away. See how it plays out here. Not going away anytime soon for that young man there. How about Brianna Cote? Starts with a strike. And she rolls a 2-pin. Let's take a look at Haugen. He's now into urethane. And he missed the head pin right. That's not urethane. It looks very close to a purple hammer. Then leaves a 9-pin. I think Ben Perry's got a run left in him. All about information right now at this point for Darren Tang, but for DT right now, he's going to go on the fresh. In fact, semifinals, the Final Four, basically, they're going to be on the fresh. If he advances to the finals, also will be on the fresh. So he knows what's available. All of a sudden, this Haugen Perry match is It's gotten a little strange. Put the urethane down. It's like an RSTX3. High flush. Mike joined us, or joined me yesterday during C Squad early portion before heading to the airport to pick up his wife, who is here watching this afternoon. While there's no bowling there, let's take a look at Russ Oviatt. And Oviatt now has yet to strike here in this game. He just keeps striking though. Simo spare 4-bagger. .487, 381. Again, Simonson A-Cuff match. A-Cuff just missed a single pin in the 5th. Can Ben Perry run Halligan down here? He's got 3 in a row. Can he make it 4? On the other side, leaves a 4-pin. It's just about the opponent right now for Darren Tang. Who is he going to bowl in the round of 4? Whoever it is, it's going to be the lowest remaining seed. It's not going to be Derek A-Cuff at the moment. A quality shot there for A-Cuff though, but Simo not striking. Or I'm sorry, has not stopped striking, I beg your pardon. Neither has Darren Tang. Matt Anderson is suggesting that it's overkill to watch Darren Tang continue to strike. Got a nice little group of fans though, so got to keep the fans happy. 7-pin. For Ben Perry, but that's the match right now. If Brianna Kote can somehow get a way to get 3 in a row. As Russ still now has not struck in game 3. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Big thanks again to our sponsors here, the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, the inaugural edition. Theo Duthay, tournament director and organizer for complete bowling events. West USA Realty and Jacqueline Smith, Apparel, EFX, and Chuck's Painting, proud sponsors of this event. Also Brunswick, Ramsey's Auto Center, and Tin-Back Bowling Solutions. Michael Haugen Jr. 1, 2, 6, 10 washout. Can Russ strike? No, and he leaves at 210. It's getting interesting. Oh, we just missed it. Well, that was a huge conversion for Haugen. So all of a sudden, Cote, people should be aware. Now, they already know, obviously. It's Brianna Cote. They know what she's more than capable of. So Oviatt has yet to strike. 98, maybe in the 6th or 7th. Good news here for Haugen is he has remained clean. Big shot there. There's Cote. Oh my. And she too in the 210 zone. I mean, just when you need some hits, she is not getting any. Let's go to Ben Perry real quick here. We can apply some more pressure. Wow, he threw one out the window. All right, that was a strike in the 7th for Cote. She can get to 236. Oh man, and nearly another split there for Russ. Or washouts. No, that would have been a split. If Cote can find a way, if that number continues to go down. Simonson is going to advance. Still no strikes. Oviatt to the bag.
It's only ball my fingers fit in.
Look out, Michael Haugen. He's missed 2 single pins. At least 3 spares that I can count, I recall. Cote. Oviatt still with trouble to deal with, but Haugen not out of the woods yet either. And that's through the nose. See the 2-pin go? I'm not sure if the 7 went, and I don't think it did. Oh, it did. It went. Boy, this is getting interesting. Oh my. So Haugen now with 189 max. That's 610 and staring him down, but he still has a slight advantage at the moment over Ben Perry. But if Perry can double up, he's going to force Haugen to do some things in the 10th frame, or the 9th and 10th, excuse me. Speaking of forcing stuff, Cote now with 3 in a row. Back to Ben Perry, needs it, has it. Ben Perry can max out at 244. Right now, that would be enough with Haugen only getting to 189 max this game. That would be enough to advance. Oviatt. His first strike comes in the 9th frame. So I believe that is 196 out on the table for Oviatt. First for Ben Perry. Oh my. And out the window again, washout. Opportunity staring him down in the face. Oof. Boy, Russ Oviatt just he just might barely sneak by here. And I mean barely. He's got to make this to ensure. Wow, I mean, talk about making it interesting. He's done enough. The non-strike in the 6th frame for Cote. He's run out of pins, but that spare essentially clinched it for Russ, but he tried to back out of the dub. Open for Perry. He can only get to 212. His max 3-game total at the moment is 586. Haugen right now would need 166 to lock up a win and advance to the round of 4. Anything less than that, and Ben Perry will have a chance to win in the 10th frame. Oof. He is not making it easy on himself. He needs to spare this. A spare and 9. Makes the spare. If he gets 9 here, again, that's 587. The best Perry can do is get to 212. He's at 374. That's 586. 9 pins on the fill, and Haugen will advance. Lane lights go off on 3 and 4. I'm sorry, yeah, on 3 and 4. That caught him. He's going to take a step back, regroup. 9 or better, he advances 8. Ben Perry could step up for a tie. Anything less, Perry could win. That is 8. Well, here it is. Ben Perry needs all 3 in the 10th to tie Michael Haugen Jr. Needs them all. First one. Bang. Ben Perry. Two-handed lefty. Haugen needed 9 or better to win outright and advance. 8 is what he got, and now the possibility of a tie exists. We had a tie yesterday for the final spot, essentially 32nd, to advance to the round, or the top 32, excuse me, between Frank Guccione and Chris Silva last night, with Frank Guccione winning. If there is a tie, it is a 2-frame roll-off, 9th and 10th. Ben Perry, another. Oh, carry it. The inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. The round of 4 almost complete, and the understanding of which competitors will advance. We know 3, the 4th undecided. For the tie, Perry. Bang! Ben Perry. 3 in the 10th to tie Michael Haugen. 586 to 586.
I gotta shut it down.
How about that? Well, we know one thing that this event is known for now. In its first run, ties. If you had that on your bingo card, folks, you are a winner. A 2-frame roll-off is coming up next. And we'll reset. Got to reset the system. Mike is handling that now. It's going to be on 1 and 2. It should still be the higher seed will have choice of who starts. Ben Perry got a fortuitous break there on the second shot in the 10th, but he took plenty advantage of it. Haugen will let Ben Perry go first. Oh, wait, let me check that. I apologize. Ben Perry is the higher seed. So Perry is seed 5. Michael Haugen is the 8th seed. And Ben Perry is elected to start, it looks like. Can he do it again? He will leave a 10-pin. Incredible stuff here from Ben Perry. But in a 2-frame roll-off, you want to get that strike certainly in the 9th frame. But Perry's going to have ball in hand. I don't know how many times Ben Perry has been in that position. But if he didn't know he could produce like that in the 10th frame before, he definitely knows now. However, Michael Haugen now can step up in the 9th, get the job done in the 10th, and not allow Ben Perry to even see a bowling ball again here. First one. Good shot. Can he do it on lane 1? Stepped it out, didn't like it to start. One, 2, 4, 8. Makes the spare. The best he can do is 40. This is an important fill right here. We could see another tie, but maybe not if he doesn't strike here. That was important. And so Ben Perry, who just dropped 3 in the 10th to tie Michael Haugen Jr. And now again a position to win, this time to win the match. He could possibly tie, certainly. But 2 strikes here in the 10th will put that to bed. First one on the lanes, did not like it. And just like that, folks, it's over. Had to have the first. And Michael Haugen Jr. is going to advance. Nice job by Ben Perry.
All right, exciting finish to the round of 8 with a tie, then forced by punching out in the 10th of the regular match.
All right, folks, I'm going to go move a camera.
Haugen wins the roll-off as Ben's finishing.
It's going to be 40 to 37 in the roll-off.
So Matt Anderson, Derek Aiken.
All right, camera moving time. Back with you momentarily.
We'll finish in the 5 through 8 spots. They're each taking home $1,000. Our final 4 match, we have the number 1 seed of Darren Tang versus the number 8 seed Michael Haugen. They'll be on 7 and 8. And then on 9 and 10, we'll have the 4 seed Anthony Simonson versus your 7 seed Russ Oviatt. Give us just a moment while we shift cameras. And then we're going to turn you guys on for 5 minutes of practice. The title match will be on 5 and 6.
made it exciting, that's for sure. Do you know if the meal's already? Good to go.
All right, final 4 bowlers. We're going to turn you guys on for 5 minutes of practice.
All about pre-plan. All done. Some tape over there.
Yeah, we got it.
It's a good thing to open your phone too when you're a Chiefs fan. Passing TD, Patrick Mahomes. Passing TD, Patrick Mahomes. 2 of them.
Drivers, please hold up on practice. Once again, higher seed, you'll be on the left lane, and you have choice if you would like to reverse the arrows. Good luck.
Need another mirror. I'm like fucking Maverick right here. I need 2 mirrors.
Wow. All right, folks, here we go. We are into the final four. Darren Tang, the #1 overall seed, had 5:22 after 2 versus Matt Anderson, and pretty much had that one in the bag. Darren Tang did defeat Matt Anderson. Great run by Matt. Won his first 3 matches and, of course, ran into Darren Tang. Michael Haugen sneaks by in a 2-frame roll-off, 40-37 against Ben Perry, who threw all 3 in the 10th to tie Michael Haugen at 586. Anthony Simonson defeated Derek Acuff, and Russ Oviatt to almost allow Brianna Cote to work her magic yet again like she did against David Haynes. But Oviatt had just enough late to stave off elimination here.
Can't avoid them.
They watch bowling, bro, I'm telling you. They wait until the most inopportune times. Either that or they've got some really good AI technology, which could be possible. E.O. Duthe is back with us now. And E.O., I joked that obviously this is the inaugural edition of this event, but now it's synonymous with the word tie.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing a little bit of everything. Tie last night to keep us here super late for the Desperado. And now a tie in the round of 8. I wouldn't be surprised if our title match ended in a tie.
I think it would be appropriate,
Yeah.
honestly, at this point. But I mean, basically, you think you've got everything that you would want. You got close matches in each round. Yep. A roll off.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about Ben Perry, but man, shout out to him.
Yeah, he made a great run. He's kind of the unknown that's starting to make a little bit of a name for himself out here.
Theo is indeed the tournament director. He's run complete bowling events as well. And now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. A round of 4 and followed by the finals, which will take place on 5 and 6. Important to note, again, these competitors back on the fresh. Josh Anthony, that's right. And I'm going to hold you to it. It doesn't have to be that. I'll take, water. Any type of, do you guys say soda or pop out here?
I say soda.
Okay, we can't be friends. All right. I'll take a pop. I don't drink that much pop, but give me a Dr. Pepper. Josh, unfortunately, he did miss a 5. He turned around and said no one raised their hand.
Oh.
But I had just got done saying on the air that Josh is going to owe somebody some beverages. Simonson has been electric throughout the day. Darren Tang has been the #1 overall seed. And when you think about top overall seeds, no matter what it is, there's an expectation when you are the #1 seed, and he has exceeded all expectations.
Absolutely. He's put up some pretty big numbers. Shot 298 in the last round. I had to make sure to take care of that, get down there and pull my camera out so you wouldn't shoot 300. Had to bring the black cloud over there.
That's what we do. Well, Theo, CBE, the 10K Classic to this point, right? Give us your thoughts on kind of where we are. We've reached the round of 4. A lot of the work you put in. I'm going to ask you this question once we get to the title match as well. But how are you feeling right now? Actually, yesterday, and now we've had a day into it. Had a little sleep. You've given out some checks already.
Yep.
How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, for the most part, we've had nothing but great feedback. Lots of people have enjoyed the event. Appreciated everything that myself and my staff have done. And I mean, of course, you're still going to have those that are giving feedback and their ideas for adjustments. I mean, it's our first year running this big tournament, so I definitely listen to all feedback and do what I need to do. I'm never opposed to listening to feedback. If it's going to help grow for the next year, then I'll implement some new things. But of course, there's a ton of feedback that comes in, and some things you got to say okay and kind of absorb all of it. It'll take me some time after this weekend to kind of sit back and determine, what are we going to move forward and do? We're going to keep it the same. We can change some things, whatever's best for the tournament. one thing is you definitely cannot make everybody happy.
That is correct.
As much as you try, it's impossible.
You racks 2 a game or unlimited? Okay, so that's 1. I don't have sheets.
Landon Carnett. It's a good name to see in the chat.
He's another one I grew up with. Used to live out here before he moved to California.
Double dribble there. A little bit of a different start here for Darren Tang. He went 224, 298 against Matt Anderson in the round of 8.
It wouldn't surprise me if he jumped up there and threw a double in the 8th and 9th, though.
Michael Howden Jr. Yesterday, you know, there was a lot of good questions coming in. We had them on in the booth, and there was some good Q&A, and the viewership, an opportunity to chat. And we were talking about experience and patience, and I feel every bit of his experience and patience were on display, because that match was the full ups and downs where he was in the lead, feeling good. He had missed a few spares throughout the match, and then missed another one late. Nearly missed one there, but he made it. He needed to get 9 on the fill to avoid the possibility of a tie, and got 8. And Bid did his thing.
Looks like Simo and Russ are kind of struggling over there on 9 and 10.
See, every time they do this, I get more respect. They put their name on it.
Slower developing matches here to start. Simonson and Oviatt match. Wow. This is like a completely, well, it is a completely different pair. But completely different now already. DT not seeing what he saw on 3 and 4. That's a great point there from Hazal, but Scott is also correct. Commenting on Darren's spare shooting abilities and what ball he uses. Big shot there for Russ. It took him, I believe, to the 8th frame.
Yeah.
To strike in the 3rd game. Oh, and another great split conversion. Emil Williams Jr. here with you, along with Theo Duthay, tournament director here at the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. Darren Tang, the #1 overall seed, received a 2-round bye today. Tang's first match did not happen until round 3. Which another close match, and nearly didn't advance against Michael Fitzgerald. That one went down to the 10th frame.
Yeah. After 2 games, I made the comment that that was a race to 550, it looked like.
Well,
I think Darren shot 560 something, and Fitz shot 555.
So this is just the 3rd match of the day here for Darren Tang. He is one of the few players here, in fact, of those who are left, he and Anthony Simonson are the only players who received a 2-round bye today. They were in the top 8. If you were in the top 8, you received a 2-round bye. Tang, the #1 seed, Simonson, the #4 seed.
Actually, all 4 of these guys received 2-round byes.
Did they?
Yeah, Russ was the 7 and Haugen was the 8.
Right. You are
So,
correct. My apologies. I saw you look back at the.
I wanted to confirm my thoughts first.
When I said it, I'm like, I feel like Russ bowled really well yesterday. Well, we were talking about Dallas and I were talking about those who may be able to take advantage and who might have an advantage when the 1-round bye players, the 9 through 16 seeds, bowled their first match in round 2. And I think it was 2 of those players, only 2 advanced of the 8.
Correct.
And now 4 of the 8. Of the top 8 specifically. .193 with a spare here for Russ. Haugen.
Made a ball change on the field to see something different.
He threw a really good shot in the 9th on the right lane. And you can just tell by his eyes, his body language on that one, he enjoyed that shot. 217. Yeah, so 1, 4, 7, 8 seeds.
Yes.
It's a big shot there. One more, put him in the 2-0s and keep this deficit to a minimum. Meanwhile, Simonson, his real first sign of trouble too. 5, 6, 7, all circles.
He's got a chance to actually step up now and take the lead in this match, where for a while it looked like it was going to get out of hand. Oh.
almost going to have his work cut out for him here. He was able to take over the match against Derek Acuff in game 2. Derek came out firing, shot 246 in their match in the previous round. Simonson then shot 279. He trails by 30. He trailed by 38 after one to Derek Acuff.
Yeah, there was a comment made by one of the lefties in the first round today that said that the left felt much easier today. With that being said, we have 4 right-handers left.
Okay, Theo.
Our friends are at it again in the
It's been a lot of those types of leaves. Granted, of course, Michael Schroeder player. He had to make this very spare late. Actually, in the 10th frame, he had to make this spare. This one is certainly going to come down. You think, and exactly what you want. It's a quality shot there. Professional shot, I like to say, from Darren Tang. He's been, to me, very, very focused. I mentioned earlier, understands the assignments. The top seed, you did what you had to do yesterday. You advanced to the bracket, obviously, and that's, you can't win unless you get to Sunday.
Yep.
Able to get by Fitzgerald, took it to Matt Anderson, and now facing Michael Haugen Jr. again. The higher seed or the highest seed bowls the lowest remaining seed each round.
Yep.
Every match. So this is 1 versus 8, 4 versus 7, and Simonson and Oviatt. Good shot.
Mike didn't like that one right off his hand.
I'm honestly not sure how many he's liked today.
That's true.
It's, and I'm sure he is not pleased with his execution. Difference here is Simonson starting to do what he did against Derek Akoff. The difference right now in that particular match is that Russ has gone a double 7 spare. Derek did not bowl well in game 2. And so made it a little bit easier on Simonson. But when you shoot 279,
It's a tough score to beat.
either way, right, you're going to be in a situation. But because Derek had gotten off to such a great start, it just obviously enhanced that second game, unfortunately.
And he's playing a completely different part of the lane than he's played all day. He's been playing pretty direct from the times that I was watching. It looks like on this pair he's a lot more left.
There it is. Boy, Russ is, man, he throws it really good.
Russ actually came out here from South or North Dakota. That's where he lived originally. Moved out here,
Wow.
went to ASU, and now he's back in Dakotas.
How about that? Good break. That was reminiscent of his last match against Brianna Cote. Left a couple of, left 1 210 for sure. Almost another. Darren Tang right in front of us here, receiving, getting some air from the airplane fan here at Lakeview. It is by far the best fan in the business. I'm not sure how you can get it fixed now. I mean, this is the real hand dryer.
I don't know who you give the kudos to, the fan or the ceiling for being able to support so much power.
Well, we know it can't go any faster because if it does, we need to move. Look out. /23 lead for Michael Haugen. Again, the winners will advance to the finals. The format will remain the same. As you can already tell, it is not a traditional step ladder, so the format essentially remains intact all the way through the finals. $10,000 will be on the line with the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic champion. And the title, who will it be? Big double for Tang. Simonson off a 4-pin on the right lane. And now a 210. Good break. Appreciate everyone who has tuned in both yesterday and certainly today. A little small blip during week 1 of the NFL kickoffs. Everyone in the Sun City community started watching football at the same time because that's what everyone does when that happens. Small little internet blip, but you guys maintained and hung around. We got through round 2. Round 3 was really excellent. Round 4, which was the round of 8, was even better. And now we're into the round of 4.
You know, and this round is starting to play like it's going to be really exciting at the end as well. Has that feel. It's going to come down to the 9th and 10th somewhere.
Algon's got to right the ship immediately. Yeah, the one thing with Darren Tang, what we've seen today is, you know, he knows obviously how to perform and how to maintain when he is having to come from behind. That's what he has to do right now. 2:27 p.m. according to Theo's watch. But if you get him in the lead back and turn in the corner into game 3, yeah, I don't see him unless something really drastic takes place in these next few frames. But you know, he knows how to maneuver with what he's doing right now, right? Urethane, he knows what to do, how to get around it if he needs to. Not get around it with his hand. I'm talking about getting around any particular issues he may see. So he's feeling confident. Meanwhile, both Simo and Russ just kind of continue to trade good shots, and then all of a sudden, boom, 210. 310 now here for Simonson. Washout. Hazal, what I think you're seeing is the fresh. These lanes have not been bowled on since the re-oil, which at this point happened a little bit ago. So they've been sitting for a little bit, and sometimes they can get a little tricky. I'm not sure, and I'd be willing to bet any money that there is data out there, you know, by Kegel or whoever else, for example, that there's an optimal time that lane should sit. But sometimes you just can't do that, obviously, at an event. You gotta keep the bowlers bowling. You gotta keep the train moving.
Yeah, you gotta keep the flow going.
You can't oil and then oil and then oil again. Uh-oh.
Oh, we're seeing the infamous backup ball.
Uh-oh. No. Let's see. No one's bowled on those lanes. So no lefties have even had a chance to bowl on. Like, now that's confidence in your abilities.
Yeah.
No hesitation. All right, let's take a look at it. He throws a good shot.
I've never had the actual chance to see Simo bowl in person.
Really?
And it's incredible what he can do. I mean, you know who he is, what he can do, But to see it in person, just like you said, you know, make that change so quickly and throw a good shot, it's amazing.
It's funny you said that too, and it makes me, you know, every now and then I realize, you know, obviously just very fortunate, blessed, privileged to be in an environment and work on this side of the industry and see the and cover the players that I've been able to see these last, you know, 6 years, 7 years, or whatever it is. And so hearing you say that was like one of those eye-opening moments, like, oh, like, you know, and then there's me who has seen him now, I don't know how many times. So it's, but even still, when he does something like that, right, he's not about to tell you he's about to do it. He might, you know, if there's some people in the back, right?
Right.
But, you know, he's not giving you any inclination. But because he's got it in his bag, and not only does he have it in his bag, it's always ready to go.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I get scared to make a 2-and-1 move, and here he is just throwing a completely different side of the lane with 100% confidence that it's going to have a chance.
Azal, if you are unfamiliar with Anthony Simonson, as we've been talking about, he does possess the ability to throw a backup ball and has done it at every level of the event. He's done it on tour, on TV, etc. So it's a tool that he has, and some others have it too. So if he thinks what he can do or is attempting to do won't work on the right side, it'd break there for Haugen. And he's so smart of a player. His IQ is immense. He knows who's bowled. He knows that no lefties has been bowling because it's on the fresh. No one's bowled that.
Right.
He's seen what the lefty looked like. He paid attention to that too earlier. So it's like, hey, if I got to win this match, you know, Russ and I are kind of doing the same thing, and they can't really trade shots right now.
Right.
And those shots are, hey, maybe the 210 carries. Maybe I get out of it 310. Meanwhile, Darren Tang clean through 9.
And see, on 9 and 10, the right is just not looking that great. So he made that change. Like you said, nobody else is over there, and he has that in his bag. So if he can grind for a couple frames and kind of keep in the game with Russ. Russ might still struggle with how bad they're transitioning on the right side, whereas Simon might find something on the left.
Correct.
Throw a 5-bagger up there.
And you never know. Possibly, maybe he feels that he doesn't have what he needs maybe to combat what's happening on the right side at the moment.
Right. It's incredible.
But the shiny idol worked to perfection earlier today. Still 3-game total pinfall, folks. And again, that's going to carry over to the championship match. I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't mind another roll-off in the championship match. All bets are off when you get to that point.
Right.
Let's throw the kitchen sink at it. Make it as good as we possibly can.
3-pin.
Just like that.
Yeah, you know what? Have them tie 9th and 10th. Have them tie there. Just start going to one shot. Sudden death for a few. Stay here all night.
Well, we already did it once. Let's go ahead and re-up. Folks, go ahead and share this if you haven't already. We'd appreciate it. Really, Theo would appreciate it.
Yes.
Theo would appreciate more eyes on his tournament. It is the inaugural event. You get an opportunity to check this thing out. Someone's going to win $10,000 here in a little bit. He mentioned, listening to the players and gathering their feedback, and I'm sure he will get with his squad and whatever things may be deemed necessary to adjust, they will, and continue to make this stronger, just like that shot from Michael Haugen. Now throwing that Zen. He's been throwing it for a little bit. It's been kind of back and forth, Jim for a bit. In his previous match on 1 and 2 against Ben Perry, he threw the Jim, he threw an RSTX3. He even brought out his purple hammer for a minute.
Wow. Russ just threw that one out the window in a big spot where he could have extended his lead a little bit.
This is game 2 of 3, Christian. Tang 224. So Darren at 418 after 2. Simonson shoots 199.
362.
That was a
He gained pins.
yeah. I was say that was a really huge shot that when he carried the 3, or rolled a 3.
With Russ missing that first shot, that just allowed Simo to cut it in half.
176 for Michael Haugen. And just like that,
25 pin lead for Darren.
the tables have turned. Like Rick James told Charlie Murphy.
$16 pin lead now for Russ over Anthony Simonson.
And that's it's not enough against any opponent. Definitely someone like Simons.
That's looking scary. He just buried that one back up.
It's again. And he can, he shot 279 earlier, right?
Yep.
We watched him almost shoot 290 yesterday during qualifying. I think this is the first time, and I can't say for sure because I didn't watch him for all 8 games, but first time for sure today that I've seen him go to the backup ball. He hasn't had to do it.
Yeah, I can't remember seeing him go to the backup ball.
Having said that, I think this is Darren Tang's tournament to win.
I could agree with that.
I think of the players remaining, maybe with the exception of Simo, just because of his numerous and multitude of tools and tricks. But Darren Tang is comfortable.
See, that's the tricky thing right there, So Simo has that backup trick and was able to get away from the over-under mess that Russ is stuck with. Russ, it almost looks like he has to be absolutely perfect, pure every shot to give the ball a chance.
And without seeing, and obviously we watched the match and we went back and forth between what was happening on 1 through 4 and 11 through 14, but there's some similarities to what he just went through on 13 and 14 against Rihanna Cote, where, by the way, I just noticed that the reset buttons are actually on the ball return cover and not in the back. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
When they made that change,
That's pretty cool.
a few years back, a bunch of us had no clue that the button was there. And we thought you couldn't reset the lanes anymore.
It's pretty solid. Interesting thing, though, if you were to compare experience levels, I think one would think Michael Haugen Jr. would kind of be the leader in that category. Wow. Second time he's chopped that spare.
Wow.
In this match. You know, Simo obviously with plenty of experience, and he's only, what did I say? I think it's, did we get to 25? Yeah, he just turned 25 this year.
He's got the experience as if he's 40.
Correct. Our combo with Michael, that was one of the things we talked about. And, you know, experience obviously is, sometimes some people say it's the only teacher.
Really good shot by Darren.
I mean, look at the path that Darren Tang has been on, right? I mean, he is, from the collegiate days, Junior Team USA, Team USA now, been a member of both of those squads, a champion. And he just continues to get better, which is what you have to do, obviously, if you want to continue to compete against the likes of Anthony Simonson every week.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for Anthony Simonson. His career started obviously a little earlier, and a little additional fanfare, the youngest to win a major. And he's only gotten better. And then there's Russ Oviatt. I don't know how much Russ bowls now, but I remember him from his collegiate days.
Yeah, I think he still bowls on the regional tour. But he was telling me yesterday that they don't have too many regionals in his region.
But if you get to the Final Four, I don't care if it's the first year of the tournament. All you got to do is look at the roster. And Russ belongs here in the top four. He's proven that. He had to get through Keith Fung this morning. That was a tough match.
And they're really good friends. I think Russ is actually rooming at Keith's house.
Yeah, that's tough.
Keith might be not locking his doors and changing the locks. Telling him to book an earlier flight and get out of there.
Again, 418, 393. Darren Tang leading by 25 pins. Russ Oviatt leading by 16. .378 to 362. That's a huge break.
Talking about Russ's path, I mean, he had Keith Fung, and he had Brianna Cote, PWBA Player of the Year. And if it wasn't for absolutely phenomenal year by Shannon O'Keefe, she was right there again. And then now he's got Anthony Simonson. Just keep kicking him. It's brutal.
In the last two matches, he's faced arguably the two best players on their respective tours.
Yes.
Right? I mean, you know, so just trying to give you an idea, you know. Unfortunately, you know, Matt Anderson, Matt and Derek Acuff. Forgot what seed Ben. No, Ben was a single-digit seed too.
I think he was
5.
I think 5. That might be right.
Anderson and Acuff were the last two players remaining who had a seed from 25 to 32.
Yeah, they were both in the first round, won a couple matches.
That would be an interesting thing as the tournament continues on, and if you don't make any format changes, you know, watching over time how many players can, you know, start basically in round 1 and somehow either make the round of 4 or make the finals.
Right. And you know, I like giving the buys when you have a bracket for the simple fact that as a bowler myself, you know, if you're the top seed and you go in, say, you know, it's 32-man bracket. You go in as the 1 seed. You take on the 32 seed. 32's got nothing to lose. They're not expected to win. But as the 1 seed, if you lose to that last seed, it sucks. So as a way to combat that, we implemented the buys. And locally, with some of our tournaments, we do something similar, and it's received by the bowlers quite well. And that's why I like doing it. You know, we usually have a 12-man bracket with the top 4 getting a bye. And it just kind of rewards you for bowling well in your qualifying. Rather than, hey, you bowled great, but now you lose in the first round and you're done. And it kind of puts a premium on bowling well in qualifying and not just having that mindset of, I just need to get there. I mean, you can still have that mindset of just needing to get there, but if you can get some buys, you're guaranteeing a little extra cash in your pocket. Nobody doesn't like that.
Yeah, Haugen talked about that. Because he had tied for 3rd in the squad, so there was, at the time, there was, weren't sure if he was going to receive the 2-round bye or not.
Right.
And the tiebreaker ended up being, I think it was high game.
Correct.
For their respective qualifying blocks.
Yeah, and that was huge. Got him 2 buys rather than just 1. Bobby Campanelli whiffed a 10-pin on his fill ball to lose, to end up tying with Michael Haugen on that squad.
They ended up bowling each other today.
They did. It's funny how things like that happen. I don't know if you guys noticed it at New Mexico. Myself and Kyle Dester tied qualifying. And then we both ended up finishing in the 7-8 part of the bracket.
I did not know that.
Yes.
There's still time here for Michael Haugen, but
we have some lane issues on 8.
he's got to figure out how to strike. This might be one of those, you know, it's not a re-rack, but there'll be some additional time. Michael hasn't seen it yet. He's going to put his ball down and wait. Yep. Maybe a few extra minutes. That media or official timeout, where you get to save your timeout. Game back.
That time to check our fantasy.
It's just week 1, bro.
See how many more touchdowns Pat Mahomes has gotten for me.
Now you're just speaking like a fan, because you are.
I am. Oh boy.
Well, and here comes Mike.
Mike Dermeyer running down there. He's the center manager, saving the day. Making sure that he's got it. I think a pin got jammed when it was going up.
No.
Okay. Thought I'd ask.
Let's give Mike Dermeyer a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's clapping on their mobile devices or their computers or their big screens. And I do really mean that, because by all accounts, what Mike has been able to do for bowling in this facility, the facility down the street, what's the name of it again?
Bell Rec. Bell Rec Center.
And then, you know, obviously you two working together to continue to host and produce events like this. You need Need a good GM, proprietor, etc.
He's got the button. Do we just need a re-rack? Just hit the button. I don't know what he's doing. He turned it on.
Well, I think we got that figured out.
All right.
Michael Haugen had the right idea, though. Hey, he wasn't sure where the mechanic was. Don't want to go hitting buttons.
What is he doing back there? I think he's making sure there's no more pins jammed.
Well, it's a good time to tell you, good people, that this event brought to you in part by Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, Jacqueline Smith of West USA Realty in Brunswick, the Ramsey Auto Center, and 10-Back Bowling Solutions. Thank you. Thank you to the sponsors.
Yes, big thank you to all of them helping to make this possible. All bowlers supported. Also, thank you to Dennis Brummett. He is a local, used to be our Metro Phoenix USBC president, and he helped support the tournament as well, throwing some money at us. He said, here you go, hope this helps.
Thank you. What ball is Simo throwing? That's a great question. I'm looking at it and I cannot tell at the moment. That's a gem though from Haugen. Outside of a phase 2 today, which is what Darren Tang helped or used to help him get to plus 253 last night. He's been in the pitch black, but his first match today, speaking of Darren Tang, was on the burn, and as well as Michael Haugen and Russ and Simo. They all bowled their first match on the burn in round 3. Robert, that's not a bad sponsor. PBR, Pabst Blue Ribbon, the new sponsor of the New Mexico Open. Of course, they sponsored the PBA. Darren Tang. Nice shot in the 6th frame. Perhaps an even bigger shot there for Russ. Hyped solid. Oh, look at Brian Hirsch and Theo's sources.
Brian's ahead of the game.
He's, I'm telling you, Brian Hirsch, man. He's always watching. He knows what's happening. He knows that equipment too.
I'm just not very familiar with storm stuff.
Oviatt with 115 in the 6th, as you see. Big strike in the 7th. Again, he had a 16-pin advantage, but trailing momentarily by 11 here. And a 310.
Looks like he's moved to the lofting a little bit, trying to get through the front part of the lane. Lofting isn't too difficult for Russ. He's not short by any.
No, he is not. I'll often say this, but when I watch taller players bowl, because I'm a taller player, I always just kind of watch and see how they get to the line. With the exception of nice spare. I watch GT too, but I know I can never produce what GT produces. I can produce what Russ Oviatt produces.
GT's on his own level.
Craig Elliott is in the building. Appreciate you, Craig. Crackers has been out on the PBA 50. He's been working, obviously watching Michael Haugen Jr. bowl a lot. I was actually talking to Mike about the tour and how things were going, and participating in a few shows. Helping with some commentary.
Great shot there by Simo.
That was huge.
I think that lane breakdown was like a commercial break.
That's exactly what it was, but I was thinking it might help Michael Haugen. But it ended up being probably a little longer than anticipated. Jeremiah.
Thanks for coming out from New Mexico, Jeremiah. Look forward to having you and your travel partner, Dan Price, back out here again.
We got to get JD Nance to bowl.
JD's my boy. We go way back.
But this one's coming down to it. Simonson and Oviatt. A double there, and Simon could have almost signed his ticket.
I seen JD at New Mexico. I said, hey, you coming out? He had no idea about it until that week.
It's okay. I'm sure he'll know next year.
He's not on Facebook.
Aha.
So he's living under a rock.
Sometimes that's not bad. That's not a bad idea. Straight at the 5-pin with the plastic ball. Frames and the time running out here for Michael Haugen Jr. 188 remaining on the scorecard here in Game 3 for Michael Haugen. Big shot here for Russ. Bang.
That was huge.
So Russ now can max out at 215.
Simo needs some help here in the 10th. Because Russ can shoot, or Simo can shoot 216. So
We'll put his max at 593. Anthony Simonson, by that math, would need 232, of course, but you can see it's been an 11-pin match or a game, I should say. That knife frame shot was uber important. Russ.
oh,
Really good shot there. Well, that's one he almost went to the knee there and totally understood.
you know, we called it. It was going to come down to the 10th in one of these matches.
Well, now the situation is this. If you give Russ 195, spare strike here, the 212 is what Simonson needs. That would mean a double.
Double and 6.
Correct. DT getting a look at a different ball, different zone, just in case. The #1 seed is on to the title match.
Double and 5 for Simo to win it.
194, 572. We've seen doubles to win matches today. Will we see another? Little ant, as Jim Durant said. Chris Johnson often refers to him as that. Originally from Little Elm, Texas, now living in Las Vegas. First one.
Amazing.
One more. 5 on the fill.
You know, I see, as a director and as a bowler, I see a lot of guys bowl that are really good at different levels. But like I said before, I had never seen Simon bowl in person. And I've bowled the Masters, but never had a chance to watch him. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I've heard that often. From our angle, it's hard to see if the 7-pin falls. Watch closely at the monitor. He took a re-rack. Must strike here. So he backs off and said, it's a lot more nerve-wracking throwing a backup ball. Which goes to show, right, as much as he uses it, he doesn't use it and hasn't had a lot of opportunities in these types of situations.
Right.
Yeah, you got to make sure your thinking's right, you're focused. Yeah, you're doing the opposite of what you normally would do.
Right.
Simon didn't like it.
Didn't like it at all.
Darren Tang will face Russ Oviatt for the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic title and $10,000. That is coming up next on 5 and 6.
Darren Tang, Russ Oviatt. It's going to be an exciting match, I feel. I'm going to step out for a moment and write these guys some checks. I think they want some money.
Yeah, come back. I'm going to move a camera real quick.
I'll be back.
Okay. PO will return. I'm going to go move a camera and get the title match set.
All right, Darren and Michael are wrapping up their match. Looks like we're going to have the #1 seed, Darren Tang, taking on the #7 seed, Russ Oviatt. For the $10,000 first place, the runner-up will take home $5,000. Our 4 seed and 8 seeds, Anthony Simonson and Michael Haugen, will each take home $2,200 for finishing in 3rd and 4th. It was a great match between Simon and Russ.
Not so great. How
Michael said, not so great, Haugen and Tang. We're going to move a couple cameras, and then once we get those moved, we will get 5 minutes on for our finalists. You ready to go for 10 grand?
Huh? Yeah, I'm happy with it. I mean, I could have done a little better that last set, but I didn't have the answer. I mean, the shiny ball reads too soon. The dull ball doesn't. It reads and stops. I didn't have anything in between. I didn't have the right answers, and him throwing urethane probably didn't help my cause. So, basically, I had the right answer, but I haven't had the right answer in 4 years. That's why I don't bowl against kids on tour. I get the right answer, I'll be back.
that they were easier on the left side today than they were yesterday, but nobody fucking did. The guy that, I don't know, it's fucking really fucking good, I guess. That's so fucking good.
Darren, I go grab a house ball, do both lefty house ball, just shit. Let's go Mets.
All right, Darren and Russ, go ahead and report to 5 and 6. Go ahead and get you guys 5 minutes of warm-up. All right, holders, hold up. Darren is the #1 seed, so you'll get choice if you'd like to reverse the arrows. Three-game total pinfall for the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic title. $10,000 on the line for first.
We have reached the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Right off the bat, folks, if you haven't already, please share. Share. Let everybody know what you're watching. Drop a link on your social media channels. Send them on over to Bowlstream TV. Darren Tang versus Russ Oviatt for the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic title and $10,000. The tournament director, leader of complete bowling events, also known as CBE, Theo Duthe, will join us here for the finals. My name is Emil Williams Jr. at Bowlstream TV. The top seed, Darren Tang. Each player at this point having gone through Several obstacles, some matches that look like maybe they might lose. They do what they got to do to win, and that's certainly been the back and forth we just saw with Russ Oviatt. Unable to shut out Simonson in the 10th frame. Simon had a chance to double in the 10th. He got the first, unable to get the second. And here is Russ. And Darren Tang took care of Michael Haugen Jr. in his round of 4 matchup to set up this championship. Format remains the same, 3-game, total pins, winner take all.
Yeah, Russ again going through an absolute gauntlet to get here. Taking on his good friend, good longtime friend Keith Fong in the first round, in his first round, which was round 3. And then he took on the 2021 PWBA Player of the Year, Brianna Cote, and took her down. And then, as Emil just talked about, he took down Anthony Simonson in the prior match. In which Simo has a couple accolades to his resume.
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
Randy, if you missed that, it is 3 games, total pins, 3-game total pinfall. That does not change.
I want to make him work for it all day.
Yeah, it typically, I mean, there's no, that was actually one of my first questions, so I can understand the format. No step ladder. So you bowl the format until you get down to 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of having, say, a bracket, 3 games, 2 games, whatever it is, all the way, and then deciding your round of 4 and your title match or 1 game. Keep it the same all the way through. That's what I prefer. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That's one of the first real mistakes that I've seen Darren Tang make today. He's been very good. He's made spares all day long. And an early mistake, but it's early. Prize fund payouts, $10,000 to the winner, $5,000 for second. Michael Haugen Jr. and Anthony Simonson each received $2,200. 5th through 8th received $1,000 each. 9th through 16th received $800. 17th through 24th we received $650. 25th through 32nd. Those are the players that lost their first round matches this morning. They received $550 each. And then he paid out spots outside of the top 32. 33rd through 41st received $350 and also paid the high senior and high woman outside.
Yes, outside the cash line.
Of the cash line. $300 each there.
Which our high senior was Charlie Price, who we seen on the live stream yesterday.
Oh my God, Charlie. All right.
Charlie's a nice guy.
He just missed that thing too.
And our high woman was Corrine Acuff.
She went to Lindenwood. Just want to throw that out there. Maybe Russ didn't like my Lindenwood comment. I know you went to Arizona State, Russ. You know, you ain't got to stop bowling. We were talking about height earlier. A good side view of the height of Russ there.
Before Russ moved back to North or South Dakota, I don't remember which one. And when he was living out here, he actually bowled league with us for a year. It was very entertaining. We had Kevin Jenkins, Keith Fung on our team, and Russ, and Matt Villegas, another local. Some people thought we were crazy because all we did was just rag on each other every week.
That's a good question. A really good question from Jason. Arguably the best one of the week. Should pay Ed Smaglik to go anywhere.
This is what I like about our Sun City Centers. We've got this huge tournament going on. And we've got a little bit of a crowd from the locals.
Yeah, I noticed that. I mean, that's great, right? I mean, this is really an event. It's 5-figure payday.
Yeah. This is what our team's worked for all week, all year, since we had started promoting it and announcing it.
First strike of this game, this match here for Darren Tang comes in the 4th frame.
They are very persistent.
Well, see, I told the folks they just morph into a different round.
Yeah.
They just rewrite the code. Come in with a different little item for you to try to buy. Like, no, man, we're not having that here.
Looks good.
It's like Darren Tang not having any of that. It's a big double. Russ looks to be throwing double check, but radical zing. Right over 4th arrow. 3-6-10. He said before we started that he hadn't made any cuts the entire season.
Yeah. He was telling me that yesterday or Friday at the Sweepers. And he's had kind of a rough year in the regionals this year. If he can take home this title, I think that'll be a nice Band-Aid on the missed cuts for the year.
Yeah, I don't know however you want to phrase it. You know, super regional, whatever it is. Get yourself a 10K against a very, very good field. Bowlers always want to say, and generally anybody, right? Any competitor, typically you would always hear an athlete say they want to, and it could be anything, but whoever's the best at something, you want to beat the best.
Yes.
Russ had a chance to do that. Darren Tang, the #1 seed, one of the best on the PBA Tour. Looks like he made a move left. Take me, into the mind, you think, of these players. Theo, if you were bowling in this title match, and it's not a one-game situation. It's 3-game total pins, so it's extended.
Right.
You know, we've been talking about patience all week, especially in this format, because anything can happen. How do you manage that? at this point with everything else that's happening.
You know, I think if you have a good look at the start, you try to get as much as you can. If you don't have anything at the start, you try to make adjustments that might not be too big, where you could put yourself in a deeper hole, and just kind of manage it and try to keep it as close as possible until something comes to you. You know, and it seems like that's what Russ has done in his last few matches. We've seen it in Darren's last match. He didn't really have much the first game. He was down a little bit, but he just kept plugging away. And he just kept plugging away, and then let the shot come to him. He grinded, got his spares, kept it close, and once it came to him, you know, he put it on Michael, and next thing you know, he had a big lead. So I think that's the key, is just if you have it, you need to get as much as you can out of it, because transition is going to hit, and you have to try to manage your transition and not get in too much trouble. Which I think is kind of what Russ is in right now. You know, Darren went flat 10, but now all of a sudden he's got a 4-bagger. And Russ is just managing his game. He doesn't have too much out there right now, but it's going to come to him. In the meantime, he's just trying to manage and get his spares, stay out of trouble.
Well, I think right now, as he chops that spare, you know, again, back on the fresh. I've been sitting for a minute, but you know, the middle of this pattern extremely flat. And we've watched players obviously play and throughout the weekend. And so Russ obviously understands what's in front of him, you know, some of the moves that he's had to make to be successful. He's had some tough matches, and you know, I feel like all of his matches, they've kind of developed into more of a grind out for him in the last game. If he can remain patient, make spares, and hopefully allow the lanes to blend just a little bit.
Right.
Develop a little bit of hold for him. But that's easier said than done when the #1 seed, who has been notorious for putting together strings of strikes,
already has a 4-bagger at you.
It's hard to do and maintain that level of patience when you know you can't afford to go down early against Darren Tang.
Oh, wow.
That.
See, in that situation, if you're Darren, you're jumping all over that break. If you're in Russ's situation, who's, you know, grinding and trying to find something, that's not exactly what you want to see from your opponent that's now got a 5-bagger at you. It's going to make him press a little bit, and now he's going to probably have to make those big jumps and moves to try and find something.
So a lane level view. See if we can get the pins again. No roll of the 2.
Looks like Russ is going to make a ball change.
It's got a hammer on it. It's some form of web. I'm trying to get an eye on it for you. A question in the chat. I don't know if you saw this one, but Brianna Cote asks, does the winner receive a belt? 2.
Not on this one. That's our player of the year. You know, I'd like to hopefully next year be able to have a really nice trophy for this tournament. Something of the Cactus nature, since it's the Cactus Classic. I am a huge wrestling fan, so it's possible that I might go ahead and decide to do a belt instead.
You guys do it pretty big normally in regards to trophy giving in this state. The Tucson Open in 2019. It's the final event at Golden Pin Lanes. Shout out to Golden Pin. I think that trophy was like handcrafted, made local, but it was cactus themed, and it was something to see. Very impressive.
Yeah, you know, being in Arizona, I think trophies with cactuses, cacti, looks
Thank you. Okay.
really incredible. I don't know, I've always wanted to win an eagle my whole life, but I think being in Arizona, a cactus trophy is just fitting.
Russ took that opportunity to sacrifice count. He's moved left and still maybe not enough for a 9. I think he might be still a ball away as well. This kind of reminded me that this was a little different. We're in game 5, but I'm already getting flashbacks of what I watched Cortez go through on 7 and 8.
Looks like he's possibly changing to a game breaker ASIM.
I think that's the right move. Just from you might as well try it now.
Yeah.
I think he might need something that, again, if he's going to get down there. That looked to be a little better to me.
Yeah, it looked like it got through the fronts and the mids a lot cleaner. A little tamer in the back part of the lane.
Not enough traffic right now, obviously, to, again, we're talking about blending the lanes out. And Darren's obviously off on an island.
Yeah.
With urethane. Hello, Aaron. Question regarding what pattern? All right.
Almost gave away some easy pins.
Take a look at DT. Gather his thoughts there. 149 again for Russ Oviatt. Tang a strike to get to 226.
So to the question about the pattern that we have, it is a Kegel pattern that was designed by the man, the myth, the legend, probably the GOAT in regards to anything technical regarding patterns. John Janowitz. He was given all the information and details of how this center plays, the topography, the age of the lanes, everything. And I advised him that, you know, I would prefer urethane to not be the #1 option. And he came up with this pattern. I think Emil's got it teed up to where we're gonna get it in there momentarily, so you guys can take a look at it. I personally have zero clue how to read pattern charts, but the idea of this pattern almost took out the outside part of the lane. It became really flat, kind of forced you to move in. However, if you can get the right ball in your hand, you can kind of play the track area where I feel like Darren's been kind of playing the track most of the tournament. You know, this is a 13-year-old surface, so regardless of what we do,
You told me this, yeah.
you know, the track area still plays.
High lineage center.
Yeah, they're very busy here. Here in Sun City, they have senior leagues running almost all day, every day, Monday through Friday.
All right, both players begin with marks here, specifically spares. What we saw Russ on his first shot in the 10th, or excuse me, first shot this game, I beg your pardon. Come back shaking his head. Tang, that one about 13.
That one looked good.
Tang, I'm sure many of you follow him on social media. If you're not, you should. Prominent presence there, prominent presence on Twitch, prominent presence on YouTube. You'll have some content from this event this week, so be on the lookout for that. Let's see if Russ here can get a good one off.
That one looked good for about 40 feet, and then it just went dead left.
I think Russ, if he's feeling good, and that part we don't know. Like if he thinks these last couple shots have been good shots, if that is the case, I think he might have to take a risk here. Which I don't think, you know, he probably hasn't done that all day long. But maybe he might have to make a little move right potentially. I'm not sure he wants to open up his angles too much because that gets you in a potential different realm of trouble.
Right. Instead, he may have to square up a little bit and jump right. Kind of in the urethane traffic.
Russ, this particular ball, let's see if we can get an eye on it. That's better.
That one looked really good.
That one's better. So that let me know that he felt he was throwing this last couple shots good and maybe just not getting them down lane the way he would have preferred. But essentially, he's gone from about 4th arrow to almost 6th arrow.
As a lefty, we would call that the nosebleeds.
Look at the trip or action there. 77 pin advantage for Darren Tang. Super supportive family. Shout out to the Tang family. Darren and Uncle now too.
Yeah, I've seen that.
What's up, Mikey? DT. Bang.
You like that one. posted that one all the way down there.
And this has been Darren Tang. If you watched C-Squad last night, this has been Darren Tang. If you watched him today, really with the exclusion of this morning's match. But I think if you're going to get to this point of a tournament, especially one like this, you're going to have a match that's going to force you to obviously perform.
Right.
It's going to be close. He had that as soon as he stepped on the lanes.
Yeah, Fitzgerald was kind of rolling, starting in the first round. He was rolling, winning the first and second round matches, moving on to the third round. So he was feeling pretty good. A couple wins under his belt. And it made, they kind of hit a terrible pair on 1 and 2. The breakdown wasn't that great. Made them both work for it, and Darren was able to figure it out the last game and come back and move on.
Brian Hirsch says, shim it, Russ. He needs some shim. He may have a better look at it, the left lane, hook a little. And that's where he is. Now, if you miss a little right early, it's very similar to what we saw Cortez go through last night. It's also kind of what made this pattern very difficult.
Yes. Just when you think you have something, next thing you know, it's 210, 2810. And from my point of view, it didn't look like he missed by too much.
You saw right there. Tried to get some count, but at the same time, his goal there was he went to a different ball. He moved right.
Yep.
Looks like a hammer 3D offset.
Yeah, he made a big jump.
It's one of those situations where obviously you got to try it, because this man here not going to stop striking, I believe, anytime soon. So the only chance you have, obviously, is to give yourself the best chance to match him. But as we know, 3-game total pinfall match. Hey, Russ got out to he was up. Where's he at? He was up by 71 pins after 2 against Brianna Cote, and nearly let that one slip away. So you got to roll the shots. But Darren Tang is so comfortable, and his opponent is not challenging him right now, so that arm swings loose.
And he's been feeling it all weekend. I mean, like you said multiple times, this is really his tournament to lose.
It's the focus for me, I think. After every shot, man, and he's not like a celebratory dude anyway, and he smiles and has fun, but every shot, man, he has just been, to me, intently focused on the task at hand. You start to wonder maybe what's different, from Russ, this pair, particularly in the last couple of matches that he's seen.
Mm-hmm.
He had a little bit of this against Simo, but I think the difference there was, for the most part, he was able to minimize splits. He hasn't been able to minimize the circles.
Correct. 3
consecutive now, and more if you go back to game 1.
You have to really think the biggest factor is that Darren's throwing urethane. Simo wasn't throwing urethane. It's kind of creating something different down the lane, not allowing his ball to get there like it was in previous matches. That was really good.
He's thrown a really good shot when he's moved right. He threw a really good shot when he moved left. And I think he's thrown other shots that he believed that were good shots and did not produce the results. And that's just a tough place to be. Tang in the bread and butter territory here. He's been getting that hit all weekend.
You know, and Darren's feeling it. And I mean, he's got a 77 pin lead after one. But if you notice, he's not letting up.
No, you can't.
You know, you can't with this level of player. You can't. You never know.
Never take the opponent for granted.
Like a 10-run rule, like the softball.
I like Russ's sense of humor. He said, is there a, like a, what do you say, 10-inning rule or 10-minute rule?
10-run rule.
10-run rule, like in, you know, softball. Sometimes you see that in baseball too. That's
Looks
better.
good.
Oh yeah. Listen, if we can somehow get to 202 here, and I know he shot 149. And again, I've been saying it. You're asking Darren Tang. You're asking a lot of Darren Tang to basically all of a sudden lose his look.
Wheels fall off.
Don't quite see that happening. But if you can at least make the opponent slightly keep it in the back of the mind, right? Because you can't take people for granted.
Right.
All it sometimes takes is, you know, one opportunity to lose focus. You make a mistake. That turns into 2 mistakes, maybe 3, and it's a different thing. That's like right now asking Theo to just go ahead and give me the $10,000 check. That's how preposterous that is at the moment of that happening. But that's how you got to think about it, especially if you're Russ.
You're getting those hits all day. It's tough to beat.
Yeah, his carry percentage got to be 50+%. Well, if this looks familiar.
Same pair.
Same pair. This is very similar to what we saw against Matt Anderson. Darren Tang went 224, 298 against Matt to basically kind of shut the door before Matt could really get an opportunity to open it.
Wouldn't that be something if Russ just found something and shoots 300 next game?
I mean, again, you don't know. But as long as he's doing that, it's not going to matter much.
Yeah, I mean, Darren's going to have a huge lead. So Russ would have to shoot 300. And
Russ is over here making him laugh when he's trying to get to him. And I'm sure the frustration now for Russ is it's, you know, now this looks to be his best look. It's the end of game 2. For 290, give it to him.
Deja vu. I think Darren likes this pair.
5-16 after 2 for Darren Tang. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Russ with the Hulk smash on that one.
Oh, boy.
Right where we want him, baby.
Oh, boy.
Russ said he's got Darren right where he wants him.
I can only say that because I just got my ass handed.
Start of game 3 coming up here, folks. If you're just joining us, my name is Emil Williams Jr., Theo Duthe, the tournament director here, the inaugural. CBE 10K Cactus Classic joining me. And Theo, of course, of complete bowling events fame. Vera Papa 300. 12 in a row across 2 games for Darren Tang. Eerily similar.
Darren's 3 games on this pair from last night to today. 806. Yikes.
Good shot there, Russ. I really tried to pump up, you know, these makeshift scenarios, these things that would have to happen. Tried to sell it hard. But B-Tang not having any of it. The one thing I am happy to see, though, right? I don't care what it is. You'd like to see certainly a good match overall, but you want, I think, each opponent or each player to walk away feeling pretty good. I know no matter what happens, Russ is going to walk away feeling good, especially after talking about the season that he's had so far and having some success here. But you know, we always talk about learning opportunities, and you know, Russ will walk away knowing, hey, sometimes what you think is going to work may not. He gets to something that's definitely the right way to do it.
You know, I mean, we've seen crazy things on TV. Seen TD shoot 94?
No, he got to.
No, it was.
He got to 101.
Was it? Oh yeah, it was 101.
10th frame.
You know, I mean, Russ puts up 300 and wild things happen. You never know.
Darren Tang's had 2 opens. That split, and he missed a 10-pin. Game 1, frame 2. And that was obviously the time they kind of, if you can jump on him, do it. But Russ wasn't able to get lined up. I mean, that's you know, Darren's starting to see his transition.
Yeah.
His and Russ's.
Doing bad.
He's starting to see it, but this is when just like this is when the 3rd game of the 3-game total pinfall match shows up. Oh, good Lord.
Our friends are back.
Yeah. I've never seen more spammers who want to bowl. Like, let's just go bowling. I'd rather just go bowling with you, spammer. Let's just get you in the game.
Yeah.
Or if you're going to do that, at least donate to the channel.
Right.
At least you can help me make this thing look better. And if you want to spam, okay, maybe I'll allow it because you donated.
Zell said, here's the opening Russ needed.
You know, bowling's a wild sport.
It is. Here he is, front 4.
I mean, you know, hey. He's keeping us interested here. Darren's going to get this pin, I think. No, he's not.
No, he's gonna bowl.
Okay.
If he doesn't care, I don't care. Doesn't matter.
All right.
There you go.
Struck and got the pin that was hanging on the right side of lane 6.
Got to give him his hits.
Well, if Russ were to take it off the old sheet there, he'd be looking at 639. You guys have already done the math, but it's a good question, Hazal. I'm not sure that Theo has added that to the repertoire yet. You got to start small.
Right.
Make sure that the tournament starts and ends. No one's hurt. Everyone's good. Maybe some bruised egos, which happens.
You know, I'd like to get to the point where we can have a sponsor that throws something up for 300 games during the tournament and maybe 300 games in the finals. I think that'd be really cool.
Maybe win a car.
Yeah, I mean, if there's
Talk to
any
Steve.
dealerships out here in Phoenix or surprised that want to offer a car for a 300 in the finals, talk to me.
There's a ton on Bell Road.
There's a lot of car
Peoria.
sales. Yeah.
Me talking like I'm a local. I do feel like there should be some clapping. A-pin here for Darren Tang. We've gone over the road to the finals for Darren Tang as well as Russ Oviatt. Each, again, having a match or multiple that tested their will, focus, patience, and all of the above. But it's hard to beat 226, 290, especially when you're not lined up to start. And that's what we have here with Tang and an insurmountable lead, it seemed like, after two.
I think even more impressive, Darren's going to shake those curses of being the #1 seed. Not too often you see the #1 seed actually go through the whole bracket and win.
Another one for Darren Tang. Well, 100% for Russ to even get to this point. I didn't think it really mattered who. I thought Darren Tang was just going to get to this point. If after the Fitzgerald match, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, after that first match, he got pretty well lined up, and we knew he was still going to be the guy.
Wow. Oh, yeah, let's get some highlights now.
All right.
We've had 290. Tim Ursillo
Yeah.
had the 4-7-10 up, but actually took the 7-10 from that split, so it can be done.
And if there's one guy that could do it, I think Russ has the power to make it happen. Oh, come on. Oh.
Just so I'll know, will you be going on the lanes to have a formal presentation?
Yeah, I'll probably go.
Yeah, you should.
Do a formal presentation. See if Darren wants to say any words, thank anybody. I've actually saved $10,000 in cash to hand out to the winner rather than just a check.
Oh, you're showing off.
I think it.
Now remember, this is live.
Yeah.
You're trying to get people to come down to Lakeview Lanes.
We're gonna have to give some bodyguards for
You might wanna
Darren.
get some security. This is what you wanted to see at the very least. Again, for Russ to have a solid game ending a tournament.
I think it's still a great trip for Russ. He's gonna take home $5,000 for second.
There was a happy birthday to someone. I heard an uncle, I think. But I did hear happy birthday very clear.
I heard uncle as well.
Okay.
I think he said Dennis, maybe.
Happy birthday, Unc.
All right, I'm gonna get ready to go pay the man.
Theo, appreciate your time, man. Excellent work. Congratulations on this.
Thank you, Emil, for coming out. Much appreciated. I appreciate you reaching out and having the desire to come out here and stream our event in our inaugural year, and look forward to having you back and everybody back next year.
Let me know the dates.
Definitely will. Thank you.
That is Theo Duthay. Fill shot left for Darren Tang. Officially, Russ Oviatt gets to 203, 542. 542. Russ will take home $5K. Right down the old middle with, oh, he might do it. Oh, he might do it. 191 officially, 707 for Darren Tang, and he is the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic. He's the champ. He's the winner. Theo is going to go down and have a brief discussion. Let's see which camera I can get him on.
Standing here with our inaugural Cactus Classic CBE 10K winner, Mr. Darren Tang. I know we're still live, so hopefully nobody waits outside, but I've got 10K in cash for you.
Oh, he wasn't joking.
Nice for you.
I thought he was joking.
I think we got enough guys here.
I thought he was joking.
I'd personally like to say thank you to all the sponsors for supporting the event. I'm hoping that we can grow next year and get even bigger. Thank you to the staff here at Lakeview, Mike Dermeyer. Big thank you to Aaron Yamamoto for helping me all weekend. Thank you, Virginia, for keeping the board looking nice. If I wrote it, it would not be so pretty. I'd like to see if Darren has any words.
I guess I kind of have to, right? I guess thank you to everybody that's still sticking around watching. We appreciate you hanging out. Thank you, Theo, tournament staff, staff here at Lakeview. You guys did a great job. Very smooth event. Everything got fixed as quick as possible. Just told Russ, they were tough out there, so it really was a grind. I know a couple of games didn't look like it. My brain is cooked, so I'm ready to go home. Appreciate everybody coming out again and thanks again.
Woohoo! Come on, bro.
Yeah, we're here. Congrats. Great ball. All weekend. Yeah. Can't wait.
Remember that business?
Wow, I've never done this at team.
Remember that business?
I'm gonna be concentrating and everything.
I won't be defending your honor anymore.
Oh!
All right, live framing here on Bullstream TV. Sorry you got to look up, but this is your camera. DT, congrats. I just heard your speech. I know they weren't easy, but at times you made them look easy. What was the difference overall in allowing you to match up and get matched up in many ways quicker than your opponents, and obviously continuing to put the hammer down and do what you had to do today?
Yeah, that first match I actually just scraped it out. I wasn't sure. I couldn't, I wasn't comfortable early on. Same thing in qualifying. I didn't really see what I wanted to see. So I was very fortunate to get out of the first match. And then after that, we bowled on the fresh every rematch following. And the urethane ball looked good enough. So I knew my look on the fresh wasn't fantastic in qualifying. So if I could get somewhat close to the urethane and just keep the ball in play as much as possible, it'd give me the best chance to hopefully win some matches. And it turned out to be pretty good today.
I know you're great with urethane. I think most of the world knows that you're great with urethane. What is it about that type of bowling ball that you enjoy most?
I think it's versatile enough, but it hooks early enough to where it allows me to keep it in play most of the time. I've learned a lot of tricks with it to get it to go through the pins over the years, and just bowling on tour and stuff. You got to get pretty creative at times. So I think just a combination of all those things culminates in what I have today.
You got an opportunity, and I feel like, someone like yourself, especially your caliber, don't turn down opportunities to win $10,000 often. So you shoe up and support what looks to be a very great event as it moves forward. What was it like to come here, bowl for 10K, and support a new event in the Southwest region?
Yeah, I support Theo in all of his events. I try to come down as much as possible. I know I miss most of them, but when I can, usually Brie Cote sends me a message and lets me know what's going on, so I'm grateful for her. But just to come out here, and I'm not even thinking about the money. I'm thinking about winning. Because, bowling isn't the most lucrative thing in the world. I'm doing what I love, and obviously winning is great, but it doesn't happen all the time. So I'm really focused on the growth and learning process, the curve, and just process over outcome. I think that's most important, because you can't win all the time, but you can always win your process. So that's what I really focused on. I was about as even keel as I've been these past few months. Past few weeks after coming home from Team USA camp, working with Brian Kane. So shout out to him. He's a great guy. If you ever get the chance to work with him, I definitely recommend it. But it's really just committing to what you want to do and set out and doing it every day.
That makes a lot of sense. I'll leave you with this, but I thought it was just me, and I don't get to see you that much, but I know you're a cool dude, smile every now and then, but you looked intently focused off the approach each and every time. That seemed intentional. Based on what you just said.
Yeah. It's very intentional. I'm just trying to do the same thing over and over again, and having that process, really post-shot, pre-shot, everything really helps you keep you lined in or focused and locked in. I saw a lot of players today get pretty frustrated at times, and in the past I would have gotten frustrated at the same things, but now realizing that once the ball leaves my hand, there's nothing I can do about it. The only thing I can is move forward and try to make a better shot to give myself the best opportunity possible.
What's next on your schedule?
I'll be back here in Arizona, actually Mesa, for the regional.
Next week.
I'm looking forward to it. Pattern length is about the same. Different bowling center, though, so A lot of things can change, but looking forward to it.
And I let everybody know that you're one of the best in the business regarding content, but where can the viewers follow you and watch what you put out?
Wow, there's so many places. I have the links plastered everywhere. YouTube is just my name, Darren Tang, but for the most part, it's vitamin_D Tang on most platforms. I have a link tree that takes you to all the links, so follow what you want. I also have a Patreon, so I'm trying to help out there, give some more insights. It does cost money, but I'm offering coaching there as well. So anyone that's interested, I'm more than welcoming.
Support Darren Tang. Congrats on a great win today, and keep the money close to your pocket.
Thanks, Emil. I appreciate it.
That is Darren Tang. And, folks, that puts a wrap on a great inaugural event here at the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. We had a chance to hear from the champion. We heard from Theo Duthay throughout the week. And what a time. Another 10K in the books. Again, congrats to every player, every staff member, every volunteer who had a part in this weekend. Big thanks to the general manager here at Lakeview Lanes, Mike Dearmeyer. Big thanks to Carl, who came over and did some IT stuff on Friday. We had a little blip in the internet, but it wasn't anything that we could do about it. We just blame the NFL because that was the reason. Glad all of you stuck around and hung out with me. I appreciate all of you. Again, want to thank Theo Duthay and Complete Bowling Events for having me. Shout out to Brianna Cote and that relationship. Without her, as Theo mentioned earlier, we probably don't make this happen. So I certainly look forward to coming back and watching this event grow and helping it grow via the online and live streaming space. Want to thank all of the competitors this week. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch great bowlers, man. It really is. And I don't take what I do for granted. So the 32, and not just the 32, but the entire 120 plus who shoot up this week. We appreciate you not tuning in, but showing up, competing, and again, taking your chance at winning $10,000. I want to thank all of our guests who we have this week. Michael Haugen Jr., Dallas Leong, William Graham, Matt Zweig, of course, Theo Duthay, Darren Tang. I know I'm missing probably one or two, Jacob Buttriff as well. And if I forgot someone, I'm sorry, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I think that'll do it. Of course, I want to thank our sponsors. Sponsors certainly include Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, West USA Realty, and Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and 10-Back Bowling Solutions. Without them, their gratitude and certainly hospitality and funds, this certainly would not be possible. And I know they are big supporters of Theo, what he has done for scratch bowling in Arizona and the Phoenix metro area in general. Jacqueline Smith, specifically of West USA Realty as well. I think that will do it. Congrats again to Russ Oviatt, the runner-up. Major congrats, obviously, to Darren Tang, the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic champion. So for Theo Duthay, Mike Dearmeyer, the entire staff crew, want to thank Aaron and Angie, who also helped handle scores and everything else in between. For Theo, my name is Emil Williams Jr. The next time you will hear from me on Bowlstream TV will be August 1st and 2nd. Be from Waterloo, Iowa, the Midwest Youth Main Event. Great youth event coming up in the Midwest. So make sure you're subscribed to Bowlstream TV and enjoy some great youth bowling as well. So until then and until the next time, you guys be safe. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. This has been a presentation of the inaugural CBE 10K Classic Champion, Cactus Classic Champion, excuse me. You watched it live and only on Bowlstream TV. Good night.